Dissertatsiya komissiyasi a'zolari, hurmatli rais o'rinbosari, hurmatli bitiruvchi magistrantlarimiz. Mana orzu kutgan kunlaringiz ham keldi. 2 yil davomida o'qidingiz, bilim oldingiz va ilmiy rahbarlardan, ustozlardan savollarni olib, dissertatsiya ustida ishlar, mana bugun eng oxirgi bir imtihon jarayoniga yetdik. Ham bo'lsa magistrlik dissertatsiya himoyasi yakuniy davlat attestatsiyasi. Va mana 5 kundirki bizni ustozlarimiz, hurmatli komissiya a'zolarimiz o'zlarining vaqtlarini ayamasdan, qimmatli vaqtlarini ayamay, ertadan to kechgacha, kech bo'lib ketguncha ham dissertatsiyani juda ham diqqat bilan ko'rib, himoyalarni eshitib, o'zlarini fikr, mulohaza, tavsiyalarini berib, juda bir yaxshi saviyali chiroyli tarzda o'tyapti jarayonlarimiz. Men umid qilaman bugun ham himoyamiz yaxshi o'tadi. Siz aziz talabalardan bir narsani so'ragan bo'lardimki, shu himoyaga chiqdingizmi? Hayajonlanib qoldim, bilganim esimdan chiqib qoldi, gapira olmay qoldim deb himoyalardan qoniqarsiz baho chiqmaydi. Ya'ni oldingi kunlarda ko'ryapmiz, 2-3 ta talabalarimiz shunaqa holatga tushdilar. Suhbat qilsak hayajonlanib qoldi. Bo'lishi tabiiy hayajonlar. Hayajon hammada bo'ladi. Bizda ham bo'ladi. Lekin inson bilganini baribir qanchalik hayajonlanmasin, aytishga harakat qilish kerak, tushuntirishga, savollarga bir javob berishga, yo fikrini bir aytishga, xato aytishdan qo'rqmang. Xato bo'lsa, assalomu alaykum. Xato bo'lsa tushuntiriladi. Xo'p, iltimos, shu narsalarga ham rioya qilib, endi hamma narsa ko'ryapsiz, ochiq shaffof. Bilgan talabaga bahosi qo'yiladi, o'tadi. Bilmagan talaba o'tolmaydi, keyingiga qoladi. Shuning uchun bu to'g'ridan-to'g'ri mana video translyatsiya ham ketyapti. Hamma narsa ochiq, oydin, xatoyingiz, yutug'ingiz hammasi komissiya tomonidan aytilyapti. Xo'p, umuman olganda sizlarga omad tilaymiz, tabriklaymiz shu jarayonga yetib kelganlaringiz bilan. Va sizlarga shu himoya qilishga shuncha imkoniyatlar yaratib bergan universitet direktoriga ham rahmat aytamiz. Endi komissiya a'zolari bilan tanishtirib o'tsak. Kasimova Ra'no rahmatullayevna Buxoro davlat universiteti Ingliz adabiyoti va tarjimashunoslik kafedrasi dotsenti, filologiya fanlari doktori, komissiya raisi. Rahmat. Ahmedova Mehnigor Bahodirova Buxoro davlat universiteti Ingliz adabiyoti va tarjimashunoslik kafedrasi dotsenti, filologiya fanlari doktori, komissiya raisi o'rinbosari. Ochilov Ulug'bek Sayfulloh Buxoro davlat universiteti fakultetlar a'zo chet tillar kafedrasi dotsenti, filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori, PhD, komissiya a'zosi. Gafarov Murazzoqxo'jayev Osiyo xalq universiteti xorij til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi mudiri, filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori, PhD, dotsent, komissiya a'zosi. Jalilova Zarnigor Obidovna Osiyo xalq universiteti fundamental fanlar kafedrasi professori, filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori, PhD, komissiya a'zosi. Rahmat. Sadullayeva Matluba Ahrolovna Osiyo xalq universiteti xorij til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi dotsenti, filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori, PhD, komissiya a'zosi. Rahmat. Hamda Mustafoyeva Maqsad Askarovna Osiyo xalq universiteti xorij til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi o'qituvchisi, kotib. Endi qisqacha sizlarga bugungi himoya jarayonlarida tartibi haqida tushunchalarni berish uchun biz so'zni hurmatli raisimiz Kasimova Ra'no rahmatullayevga beramiz.
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli komissiya a'zolari, hurmatli talabgorlar, hammasi ko'rib xursandman. Mana bugun sizlar uchun bir unutilmas kun, demak, o'sha 2 yillik mehnatlaringizni samarasini bugun baholaydigan kun, ya'ni cho'mishni suvdan ko'taradigan kun. Endi ko'taramiz. Cho'mishda qoladigani suvga tushib ketadi, qoladigani qoladi. Bu deganiki, mana bu yerda chiroyli chiqish qilib, o'zingizni shu 2 yillik qilgan ishingizni ko'rsatib bera olsangiz, bitdingiz. Ko'rsatib olmasangiz, suvga tushib qolaverasiz. Maylayman, sizlarni oralaringizda bunaqa odamlar yo'q, suvga tushib qoladiganlar yo'q, cho'mishda qoladiganlar. Bu yerda hamma yildan hammalaringizni omad tilagan holda jarayon bilan tanishtiraman. Xabarlaringiz bor, mana bugun 5-kun bo'lyapti. Magistrlik dissertatsiyalari himoyalari va har bir nima zapis qilinyapti. YouTube kanali orqali uchun beriladigan asosiy vaqt reglamentlarini aytib o'taman. Demak, taqdimnomangizga 7 minut taqdim etisizga. Bu 7 minutda siz biz xohlardikki o'zingizni asosiy qilgan ishlaringizni ko'rsatib berishingizni xohlaymiz. Chunki qilishdan boshlab uni yangiligi, bu obyekti, bu predmeti, bu deb o'tirsangiz vaqt o'tib ketadi. 7 minutda siz o'zingizni ishingizni asosiy yangiligini yoritib bera olmaysiz. Shuning uchun biz xohlardikki shuni nimani qildingiz, yangiligingiz nima, bizlarni fanimizga qo'shayotgan hissangiz nima, ana shuni ko'rsatib bersangiz bo'ladi. Agar 7 minutni faqat introdukshonni o'tkazib yuboradigan bo'lsangiz, savol ham ko'p tug'iladi va biz mavzuni to'g'ri ochib bermaganingiz uchun qayta-qayta sizga savol bilan murojaat qilaveramiz. Vaqt ham cho'ziladi, siz ham qiynalib ketasiz, komissiya a'zolari ham qiynalib ketadi. Oson emas, ertalabdan kechgacha har kun mana shu yerda har birlaringizni tinglayapmiz. Har birlaringizni mavzularingiz har xil mavzular, har xil rahbarlar, har xil shogirdlar bilan ishlayapmiz. Bu oson emas. Komissiya a'zolari o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildiraman. Chunki oson emas. Har bir kishini eshitib, savol-javob qilib, ularni haqiqiy bilimini chiqarish qiyin juda. Murakkab vazifa. Shuning uchun ularga ham o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildiraman. Demak, 7 daqiqada o'zingizni ilmiy natijalaringizni aytib o'tasiz va savol-javoblar, taqrizlar bilan 15-20 minutda har bir kishini tugatamiz. Endi oxirida, kunni oxirida hammani umumlashtirib, har bir komissiya qo'ygan ballni umumlashtirib, komissiya a'zolariga bo'lamizda benchmarkni qilib, baholarimizni qo'limizga chiqaramiz, umumiy vaqt chiqaramiz. Va oxirida, kunni yakunida hammani eshitib bo'lgandan keyin baholarni e'lon qilamiz. Tushunarlimi jarayon? Iltimos, bilmasangizlar yoki o'sha sizni tadqiqotingiz doirasiga kirmaydigan bo'lsa, yo'q, bu mani obyektimga kirmaydi, yo'q, bu mani maqsadimga kirmaydi, men buni qilmaganman denglar, shu tamom. Uni boshqa narsalarni aylantirib vaqtni olish kerak emas, chunki u sizni tadqiqotlarga kirmagan bo'lishi mumkin, maqsadga kirmagan bo'lishi mumkin. Ana bu jihatlarga e'tiborli bo'lamiz, savollarni diqqat bilan eshitamiz va aniq konkret javob beramiz. Tushunarlimi? Hammalaringizga omad tilayman va birinchi navbatda hozir nima bilan boshlaymiz? Boshlayveramizmi? Birinchi tadqiqotchimiz demak Sobirova Gulasarma tadqiqotchilarmi? So the topic of dissertation is the main genres of children's literature in the historical and literary process of England in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Scientific supervisor is Yusuf Vigilov-Kamina. Reviewers are Sadulava Matubakrovna and Jalila Zadnigova Khudirovna. So, Gulasarma Tatuna, you have only 7 minutes to present the main issues of your dissertation. Okay? Thank you.
Good morning, dear chairman and respected members of the committee. My name is Sobirova Gulasar, and I'm going to present my dissertation. The topic of my dissertation, the main genres of children's literature in the historical and literary process of England in the 19th and early 20th century. Consists of main parts. First, I will speak about introduction, including actuality, aim, tasks, methods, and novelty. Here you can see actuality of my research work. Children's literature reflects changing concept of childhood and education, morality, cultural identity across generation, and educational value. The study of 19th and 20th century English children's literature developed critical thinking and deep understanding of her literary heritage. And here you can see a academic gap. The main genres of English children's literature have not been analyzed as an interconnected literary system in Uzbek scholarship. And here you can see my object and subject. Here my methods of the research work. I use historical, literary, comparative, analytical, descriptive, and literary critical methods. And historical literary method. In this method, we studied the development of English children's literature in the 19th and early 20th century, and social, cultural, educational factors and its influence of its main genres. And comparative methods. With comparative method, we analyzed and compared thematic and artistic features of different genres: fairy tales, adventure, fiction, didactic stories, and animal tales. With analytical methods, we examined the structure, plot, imaginary, moral ideas, and selected work of English literature. With descriptive method, we analyze it.
Descriptive method ne itirafınız mı? Descriptive method ne itirafınız mı? Nimani itirafınız? Mavzu descriptive method mi?
Evet.
Mavzu itirafı nimani ko'ryapsiz?
Metoddan işletiyoruz.
Metodlarni ishlatishni bizlarga tushuntirib berasiz? Berasan deb tartiblantirib. 7 minut berildi deb aytildimi? 7 minutdan 4 minutni 5 minutga o'tkazdik. Qanaqadir metodlar.
Here you can see main stages and trends in the evaluation of children's literature. In my chapter 2, here didactic, religious, romantic influence and adventure inspired domestic realism and emotional warmth. And in my chapter 2 summary.
Next slide.
Chapter 3, the role and significance of the main genres in children's literature.
Significance.
And here you can see structural and semantical analysis through representative authors. Lewis Carroll, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and Robert Louis Stevenson, Treasury Island, and Rudyard Kipling, which is the Jungle Book. Lewis Carroll introduced in Alice's Adventure in Wonderland, introduced imaginative storytelling and wordplay, and it celebrated children's perspective over moral instruction, challenged traditional educational approach, and in Treasure Island, first-paced plot with pirates and sea voyages, themes of bravery, loyalty, and moral choice, and reflected Victorian ideals of exploration and empire. And in Jungle Book, human quality given to animal characters, themes of discipline, loyalty, and survival, combines imperial ideology with nature themes. Here you can see gender development and impact on modern children's literature.
We can read ourselves. You have to explain it openly.
Okay, tell us what genres are developed. What genres? Just your topic is the main genres of children's literature.
I choose as three main genres. Genres. Fairy tales, adventure fiction, and animal stories, animal tales.
What about these stories, didactic and school and historical?
Why have you added
Before the Victorian age, there was only didactic stories, but in last golden age, in the Victorian age, with social and educational improvements, they created a lot of new genres. For example, school genres, animal tales, fantastic, and adventure fictions. And here you
Okay,
can
talk
see.
about school genres, if there is any. So what is it?
I didn't use the school genres, but it
You
created.
Is
mentioned-
there any school genre itself?
Yes,
Is
school
there-
tale. Yes, school tale genres.
Tale, it's okay.
With created educational system, they created school tales.
So how many genres have you analyzed? So please speak about the main issues.
I
which you
analyzed
have
three
analyzed.
three genres.
Okay.
The first in Elisa.
You mentioned tale. What else?
Tale, adventure fictions,
Adventure fiction
and
and
animal story.
animal story. Please give examples with each genre and explain why did you analyze these stories. Okay.
Here you can see function of each genre. Fairy tales genre stimulate imagination, symbolic thinking.
Genre. Genre emas, genre.
Symbolic thinking, emotional experience, and adventure fiction genre develop courage, curiosity, and reflects social values, exploration, and heroism. And animal stories simplify complex moral ideas, develop empathy and loyalty.
Okay, your time is up, Rosa. You didn't manage with the time. You didn't cope with the task. Questions? My question was not answered.
I've got one. First one is just
Do you need this one? Do you need the
page 83. I noticed one issue, the citation. It's not a mistake. I just want to clarify why you did it.
I used it.
Savol bermoqman. Biz javob beramiz. Aniqlashtirmoqchiman hali. Ana bu yerda 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 5 citations. The first one is rolling, second one is Pullman, third one is Dahl, Gaiman, and Wilson. Here you mentioned 3 of them you analyzed, but you have here 5. This is the first issue. The second issue, you're just counting the names of the words, only the titles, and you're citing the title. What do you mean by this? Does it have any meaning? Bu qanaqadir editorial issue emasda. Bu conceptual katta muammoda bu. Mahuz bu yerda xohlagan bitta Tarzan deb yozib, Tarzanni stilist qilishga haqqim yo'q. Bu narsani analiz qilishim kerak, parcha keltirishim kerak. O'sha parcha qaysi betdan kelganini bu yerda betlari bilan berilgan. Bet, o'sha betdan asarni sarlavhasini oldi. Qanaqa bo'ldi? Shuni tushuntirib bersangiz. Keyin ikkinchi savolimga. Ikkinchi savolni ham sразу beraman. Shunga taalluqli har bitta tahlil qilgansiz, to'g'rimi? Har bitta asardan shu janrga xosligini isbotlash uchun tanlab olgan parchalaringizni ko'rsating. Chunki sizni obyektiv juda katta ekan, juda ko'p narsani tanlagansiz, mavhum juda katta narsa. Bu yerdan ko'rsating, oldin bu yerda bo'lmasa keyin bu yerdan ko'rsating.
In adventure, in Elisa, in Alice in Wonderland, here you can see the
Menga yoki bizga to'g'ri aytsam, plotni aytib berishingiz kerak emas. Bilamiz, plotni bilasiz. Bizga o'shani isbotlovchi qanaqadir parchalar bor, biza hayrat qilamiz. Siz uni olib tahlil qilgansizmi? Shunchaki yozyapsizmi? Xudoning nomini yozib stilini qilganda.
Bunga kiritmoqman, lekin izmishimda bor.
Ko'rsating.
Aslida maylimi?
Mayli. Beshta asarmi, nechta asar tanlagansan?
3 ta asar.
Yo'q, 5ta stilini 83 betni uchun 5ta berdi. Iqtiboslari ham bor. 3ta emas. Mana shu boshqa betlarda yana qo'shimcha ham berishim.
Asardan bo'lib 3 ta asar. Main genres. Bu nechta main genre?
Bitta narsa bo'lgan bo'lsa keraklar kishi. 3 ta janrni aytdilar. Shu 3 ta janrdan bittadan
Har bitta janrdan ko'rsatmoqchiman, lekin isbotini ko'rmayapman shu narsani. Siz qilgan ishni ko'rmoqchidamiz. Agar shu bo'lsa,
Soatlar gapiradi. Shunda jonsiz gullar gapirishini ko'rsatib bergan. Janrga ta'rif qilishini.
bitta misol bilan. O'zani shu asarni qisqacha misol qilarsam chiqadimi ichidan?
until we find that last question. So, Abdullah sir, I have a question about the historical and literary development of the genres. How did they use historical point of views and how they developed in the 19th and the 20th centuries? How did they develop?
Genres.
Yes, genre. So the aim of your research work is to study the main genres of children's literature in England during 19th and 20th centuries and analyze their historical and literary development, artistic features and educational significance, and to determine the contribution of key English writers to the formation of these genres. Okay, how did these genres develop? And how the authors, I mean English writers, contributed to the development of the genres which you discussed. Please explain these things.
Before the 19th century, there was only didactical stories, and with golden age, golden asr kelishi bilan, texnologiyalar rivojlanishi bilan yangi janrlar
Speak English. Speak English.
Here created new genres, for example,
Okay, what was the reason of creating new genres?
educational, and technological.
Advances.
Yes.
That was the reason.
Yes.
And what was the writer's contribution to the development of this genre?
In Victorian period, children's literature became richer and more diverse, and here was early 20th century when children's literature became more emotional and child-centered and psychological. How can I psychological genres asosiylaştı. The study proves that English children's literature of
So,
this
Bulasa,
period
please pay attention. So, the first chapter of your dissertation is dedicated to the theoretical foundations of genre in children's literature. So, you are giving the main issues which are connected with the children's literature development. And in the second chapter, you refer to historical development of children's literature and mention social-cultural factors. So you should just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 factors. What factors? What social factors you have analyzed here? And these factors influence the development of children's literature. You should mention these things. And then you should move to the role of main stages and trends in the evolution. So this is historical development. And in the third chapter, you say that you mentioned the role and significance of the main genres connected with the structural and semantic analysis. So you should give structural and semantic analysis of major literary genres. So I cannot see any analysis here. So in the contents, you have analysis, but in the book itself, you cannot see your examples. That was my first question, and I'm leading you to next questions as well, but you are not giving us the examples from the works, from the children's literature, the works of the English writers, where we can see the genre specifics.
For example, Lewis Carroll, Lewis Carroll developed with his works courage, bravery, and kindness and honesty.
So, did you analyze any work? Did you analyze any work? Did you? But we cannot see. We cannot see any analysis here. What was the aim of your research? Only to collect all the materials which you find about development of English children's literature?
I studied the literature with connection with other genres.
Okay, through your statement, show us.
For example, the first stage as a didactic and religious stage, didactic and religious stage. In this, it taught morality, obedience, and religion.
Хорошо. Morality and what?
Obedience, and religious.
Okay, so
Religion.
show the extract which can depict this obedience.
I didn't use.
What?
Only
Your task is to analyze children's literature. Misol yok da işte şu çok misol yöneltilyapman man. Maqsadim o'sha aniqlik qilganishini ko'rsatsa, lekin o'sha misol bera olmayapman.
I have some comments regarding this one. While you are working on a master's dissertation, please be sure that you are only a master. You are not doctor of science, you are not professor, you are a master. The coverage of literature is too broad, you know. So main genres, there are so many genres in English literature, especially children's literature. While you are discussing this one from the perspective of 21st century, because we are living now 21st century. Now we are discussing about 19th and 20th centuries. So because children's literature was developed, I think, like in the 15th, like 10th century, somehow like this, because they were children. Now in the 21st century, they are not children anymore. They can read any kind of like topics of discussion, let's say, any kind of genres that they can better understand rather than us, rather than adults, like romantic novels even, you know? So you should be very careful while you're talking about 19th and 20th centuries. I have seen just several genres, children's literature. First, you should have started with all types of children's literature. Like they can be board books, like for example, fantasy, science fiction and others, but I couldn't see them. So why didn't you include them? And then imagine, let's say like how many children's genres there are, like 20 or 30, then out of these 20 or 30 genres of children's literature, how many of them developed in 19th and 20th century? Now you're discussing about technology development. So what's the reason of technology development here for children's literature? I don't understand this one actually, you know? And then in the 19th and 20th centuries, now you talk about school tale. There is no school tale genre at all. Please be sure that ChatGPT can create anything it wants. But now you're telling us that there is a school tale genre. When I just search it for, like, let's say there is a Google, there is a Chrome. Just please use this Chrome if there is any school tale genre. There is no like this, you know. There can be school story, it's okay. School novel, it's okay, but not school tale. Please just be sure about this one. ChatGPT'ni hamma ma'lumotga ishonmang. U termin yaratadi siz uchun. Siz fact checking degan narsa borda, double check qiling. 1 minut vaqtingiz ketadi double check uchun. Birinchi ChatGPT'ni ochasiz, sizga bitta termin beryapti. Shuni olasizda Chrome'dan tekshirasiz, shuni olasizda artikellarni tekshirasiz. Literaturada qanaqa janrlar bor? Sizda ko'p so'z. Mana technological development hozir 2020-yildan keyingina technological development janrlarga ta'sir qilishni boshladi. Ungacha technological development janr panelga ta'sir qilgani yo'q. U narsani aytmang. Men shuni tushunaman-da, chunki shundoq biz nimaga o'tdik? Pandemiya davriga, pandemiyadan keyin biz texnologiya nima ekanligini tushundik. Shu uchun aytdilar nima ekan? Qani writing qani dedilar. Siz o'zingizga o'zingiz savol tug'diryapsiz-da, tushunyapsiz? U adabiyot qo'lda yaratiladigan narsa, u individual, qanaqadir bir ijod bilan bog'liq narsa.
Do you know what's AI hallucination? AI hallucination, do you know what's that?
Boshida hamma safar qiladi. We are suffering.
But the extracts are real.
No,
Extracts are real.
Real? Are there any extracts?
I
How
checked.
many extras?
Are
I
there any
found 2 or
extracts?
3. I checked all of them. They're real. But extracts are like half of the sentence. The three
Half of
the
the
three words. Yeah,
sentence,
the 3
ah.
words.
So half of the sentence cannot create or cannot give the full idea of the literary genre
Yeah.
of the 19th and 20th century. So
And
you should give extract, not half a sentence.
one more thing. Do you know about comics? Anything? Comics genre. Comics.
I didn't analyze it.
Why? Isn't it a part of children's literature? It was in 20th century started. How? Comics in what chance? The book and comics genre. Association.
Mavzuiz,
Science
juda
fiction
kerak nima?
Science fiction juda bachada qiziqarli. Kino nimalar chiqishni boshlagan-ku. Ensiklopediyalar qachondan ensiklopediyalar? Bolalar ensiklopediyasi.
Children's narsa bor-ku, aynan kattalar uchun yaratilgan adabiyotlar bolalar nima o'qishni boshlagan shu 9-asrda.
Mana Jungle Book ham birinchi shunday bo'lgan, kattalar uchun yaratilgan.
Ana asosiy nimalar ana shu bolalar emas. Adult bookni o'qiyapti shu bolalar.
Children's books ni kiritganmisiz? Children's books ni kiritganmisiz? Nima o'zi?
Children books.
Children's books. Eshitganmisiz shunaqa narsa?
Children books is written for children.
Shunaqa janr borligini eshitgansiz. Janr emas, ha, bu sizni aytishingiz. Bolalar uchun yaratilgan kitob bo'ladi, bog'cha paytidagi bolalar uchun kitobni ochasiz, faqat rasm bo'ladi, aslida u deb yozilgan. Keyin yana bitta varaqni ochasiz, mushukning rasmi, deb yozilgan. Rasmi, kartoningiz. Children's books deyiladi.
Bu janr sifatida o'ylamaganman.
Kiritish kerak edi, men janr deyapsiz. 19-asrda, 20-asrda boshlangan o'zi aynan shu davrni janrlari qaysilar edi?
Juda ham ko'payib ketganligi uchun.
Qani ko'paygan? Siz mana 3tagina janrni aytdingiz.
3tasini o'qib olgandimda.
Yaxshi, o'sha 3tani ham
Bu
misollarga asoslab bera olmayapsiz-ku o'sha 3tani ham. To'xtang, mayli, qolganini olmadi, 3tani oldi. Lekin o'sha 3tani ham asoslab bera olmayapsiz-ku. Misollar bilan asoslang. Qanaqa spesifikasi bordi har bir janrdan? Nima uchun u aynan shunaqa janr bo'lib chiqdi o'sha vaqtda?
Teoriyaga kiritish kerak edi-ku hammasini. 19-asrda boshlangan janrlar, bolalarga oid janrlar mana bular. Teoriyada birinchi bo'lbingizga nechta janr kiritgansiz bolalar bo'yicha? 20 tami, 30 tami, 40 tami, 50 tami?
8 ta janr o'qishdi.
8 tadan 3 ta tadbirlaysiz.
Thank you, Professor Nandana. You may say time for reviews. So the background is the first reviewer, and the second one is Jagannath and the Thank you.
Demak, 79 yil xorijiy til va adabiyot, ingliz tili va adabiyot yo'nalishi magistranti Sobirova Gula Sarmadat qizining The Main Genres of Children's Literature in the Historical and Literary Process of England in the 19th and early 20th centuries mavzusidagi magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga taqriz. Demak, taqrizda ishning ba'zi bir ijobiy tomonlari aytib o'tilgan, shu jihatdan uning ba'zi dissertatsiyada ayrim uslubiy, ilmiy, strukturaviy kamchiliklar mavjud. Jumladan, tadqiqotning mavzusi 19-asr, 20-asr boshlaridagi Angliya bolalar adabiyotining asosiy janrlarini o'rganishga qaratilgan bo'lsa-da, ishning ayrim o'rinlarida mavzuning xronologik chegaralari to'liq saqlanmagan. Xususan 3-bo'g'da 20-asr oxiri, 21-asr boshlariga oid adabiy asarlar hamda zamonaviy bolalar adabiyotiga oid materiallar keng yoritilgan. Va natijada tadqiqotning asosiy davriy chegaralarida ma'lum darajada chekinish holatlari kuzatiladi. Ikkinchidan, dissertatsiyada nazariy va tarixiy materiallar o'rtasidagi chegaralar hamma vaqt ham aniq ajratilmagan. Birinchi bo'b nazariy masalalarga bag'ishlangan bo'lsa-da, unda tarixiy ma'lumotlar salmoqi yuqori. Ikkinchi bo'b esa tarixiy rivojlanishga bag'ishlangan bo'lishiga qaramay, ayrim nazariy tavsiflar, umumiy xulosalar takror keltirilgan. Bolalar adabiyotining tarbiyaviy ahamiyati, bolalik tushunchasi, janrlarning umumiy vazifalari va adabiyotning ma'naviy funksiyalari bir necha o'rinlarda qayta bayon etilgan. Uchinchidan, nazariy jihatdan qaralganda birinchi bobda bolalar adabiyoti janrlariga oid ilmiy konsepsiyalar va nazariy qarashlarni tahlili yanada chuqurlashtirish maqsadida muvofiq bo'lar edi. Janr nazariyasi, bolalar adabiyoti poetikasi, bolalar adabiyoti tanqidiy, zamonaviy ilmiy yondashuvlarga oid qarashlar yetarli darajada tizimli tahlil qilinmagan. To'rtinchidan, tadqiqotning eng asosiy kamchiligi 3-bob bilan bog'liq deb hisoblash mumkin. Mazkur bob mavzudan kelib chiqib, amaliy tahliliy xarakterga ega bo'lishi lozim edi. Biroq bobning katta qismida bolalar adabiyoti janrlari haqida umumiy nazariy tavsiflar va qiyosiy mulohazalar berilgan. Tadqiqot obyekti sifatida tanlangan asarlar Lewis Carrollning Alice Adventures in Wonderland, Robert Louis Stevensonning Treasure Island hamda Rudyard Kiplingning The Jungle Book asarlari misolida janriy xususiyatlarning chuqur matn tahlili yetarli darajada amalga oshirilmagan. Asarlardan konkret misollar, badiiy vositalar, sujet, kompozitsion xususiyatlar va janriy belgilarni tahlil qilishda ko'proq e'tibor qaratilishi lozim. Va shuningdek, tadqiqotda keltirilgan ayrim jadvallar mazmun jihatidan dissertatsiya mavzusi, tadqiqot maqsadlariga to'liq mos kelmaydi. Xususan 3-bobda keltirilgan klassik va zamonaviy bolalar adabiyoti vakillarining qiyosiy tavsifiga bag'ishlangan jadvallarda tadqiqotning xronologik chegaralaridan tashqari adib va asarlar bor. Masalan, Joan Kathleen Rowling, Philip Pullman, Jacqueline Wilson, Neil Gaiman kabilar. Bular demak 21-asr vakillari. Shunga qaramay tadqiqotda muallifning mavzu bo'yicha keng ko'lamli adabiyotlar bilan ishlanganligi, ingliz bolalar adabiyoti tarixini o'rganishga jiddiy yondashuvi sezilib turadi. Magistrlik dissertatsiyasini oxirgi xulosam tegishli tahrir va tuzatishlardan so'ng asosiy himoyaga tavsiya etish mumkin deb hisoblayman. Bilmadim, tahrir qildilarmi yo'qmi, adashmasam qilmadilar. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti, demak, xorijiy til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi dotsenti Sadlar va Axloqov. Bu meni taqrizim edi. Xo'sh, tashqi taqrizdan ijozatlaringiz bilan o'qib eshittirsam, demak, taqrizchi bu yerda ham ishining ba'zi bir ijobiy xususiyatlarini aytib o'tganlar, shu bilan birga kamchiliklar aniqlandi. Kirish qismida keltirilgan ayrim normativ huquqiy hujjatlar va ularga berilgan havolalar o'rtasida mazmuniy moslik ayrim o'rinlarda yetarlicha ta'minlanmagan. Tadqiqot metodlari ko'rsatib o'tilgan bo'lsa-da, ularning amaliy qo'llanish mexanizmi yetarlicha batafsil ochib berilmagan. Qo'llangan metodlarning qaysi bob yoki tahlil jarayonida ishlatilgani aniqroq ko'rsatilsa, metodologik izchillik yanada kuchaygan bo'lar edi. Dissertatsiyaning ayrim bo'limlarida bolalar adabiyotining ahamiyati va janrlarning tarbiyaviy funksiyasiga oid ayrim fikrlar mazmunan takrorlangan. Takroriy bayonlarni qisqartirish ishning ilmiy aniqligi va matn ixchamligini oshirishga xizmat qilgan bo'lar edi. Foydalanilgan adabiyotlar ro'yxatida bibliografik rasmiylashtirish bilan bog'liq ayrim texnik kamchiliklar uchraydi. Ayrim manbalarning takror berilishi, raqamlanishdagi nomuvofiqliklar hamda internet manbalarini to'liq bibliografik talablar asosida rasmiylashtirish maqsadga muvofiqdir. Ko'rsatilgan kamchiliklar tavsiyaviy xarakterga ega bo'lib, dissertatsiyaning ilmiy qiymatini pasaytirmaydi. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Sobir va Gulasan Madad qizining The Main Genres of Children's Literature and the Historical and Literary Process of England in the 19th and early 20th centuries mavzusidagi magistrlik dissertatsiyasi, demak, xorijiy til va adabiyot mutaxassisligi bo'yicha magistrlik dissertatsiyalarga qo'yiladigan talablarga javob beradi va muallifga magistrlik akademik darajasini berish uchun tavsiya etiladi. Buxoro davlat universitetida ingliz tilshunosligi kafedrasi dotsenti, filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori, PhD Jalilova Zarnigor Bahodirova. Rahmat.
So, please, your responses to your viewers.
Thank you for your question.
I'm a couple of us.
Yes.
I can come to the couple of us. Do you like this one? Thank you. Gulasan Bono, next presenter. And the topic of the dissertation is the topic of dissertation is Tragic America in the novels of Joyce Carol Oates. Scientific supervisor is Yusuf Kamna. Reviewers are Jelly and Morgan and Live of the Muhammad. So Gulasan Bono is able to represent. You have 7 minutes to present the main issues. Gulasan present at the moment at Rolama. Associated with I think it's true.
Good morning, the chairman and distinguished members of committee. My full name is Beka Gulasan. My supervisor name is Yusuf Kamna, and my main theme I want to present Tragic America is a novel of Joyce Carol Oates. The object of the research work is the illustration of tragic worldview in Joyce Carol Oates' novels, particularly Vivers and Movers and Blonde. The subject of the research work is the analysis of psychological depths, narrative techniques, and tragic representation in Joyce Carol Oates' fiction, especially in Vivers and Movers and Blonde. The aim of the research work to analyze tragic dimensions of American society in Odd's work, examining her literary strategies and revealing how culture and social sciences are reflected in contemporary American literature. The research provides a comprehensive analysis of the tragic consequences of social and economic strife in American society reflected in Joyce Carol Oates' work. The novelty of the research lies in the comprehensive study of the tragic worldview in Joyce Carol Oates' novels through literary, psychological, feminist, and cultural approach. The study offers deep interpretation of violence, trauma, gender issue, and social impact in central aspects.
Kamchilikni qilmang dedilar, yana o'sha joylarni o'qib beramiz.
Huzur ustozini
Huzur qabul qiling.
By chapter 2, family and social tragedy in the weavers and movements and motifs of personal tragedy in identity crisis in Blonde. Tragic American life in Joyce Carol Oates' novels. Chapter 2 examines how Oates portray family collapse, social judgment, and identity fragmentation in the weavers and movements and Blonde. Two novels that explore the tragedy, Venice, and American dream. The illusion of American dream. High Point Farm is described as a storybook house, a local landmark admired by photographers from Rogers and Buffalo. Economic stability, further farm, and social respect, well known and admired in recent extent. Emotional unity, views and movements are joined at the heart. Villa Zen. Chapter 3, Psychological and Tragic Representation in Joyce Carol Oates' novels. Psychological depth and characterization, the role of symbolism and Gothic elements in figures or movements. Psychological and tragic representation in Joyce Carol Oates' novels. Exploring symbolism, Gothic elements, trauma, and faith in figures or movements and beyond. And depth, psychological Oates' vision. Conscious and unconscious. Data psychology explores hidden layers of the these represent memories, desires, and symbols shape behavior. External, internal, family, society, gender, and class shape external realities, making psychological complex central to her literary vision. For example, Mariana movement psychological trauma. Her face glistened with shiny ripples of tears, even as she laughed. Mana, sus parça orqali keltirdim, mana shu bizaylar. Mariana faces internal conflict between her real identity and public image. Social judgment, internalized blame, public returning to school alone. Mariana is watched covertly, avidly, an object of gossip, not conversation. Self-blame. Mariana insists, I was drinking. I am as much to blame. Social attitudes towards sexual violence lead victims to internalize guilt rather than receive justice. Family family rejection. For example, a second after the bell, when nearly everyone was in the classroom settling into their seats, Mariana Mulvan entered, not as in the past, gliding into the room with friends, smiling and calling out hello, but alone and shyly. Uncertainly, like a convulsement of her feet, just a little too soon. Elian was watching, hardly aware. High Point Farm, symbol of the American dream. Before tragedy, the cover caused the family to spontaneous opening a ritual with warmth, affection, and belonging. The farm symbolized security, joy, and the American dream. After tragedy, the farm collapsed, mirrors the family's distinction. Odds turned it into single and fragility. One event destroys the illusion of stability, getting us into focus requires effort like getting a dream into focus. They begin to fade like smoke. Blonde vertical elements, a symbol of silence. The farm described as overgrown jungle and haunting. Happiness appears beautiful yet goes like fading like smoke. Frozen time. Clocks forever arrested the Mr. Fatal moments evoke this, and this is the home becomes haunted, oppressive rather than comforting. Silence and quietness. There are K symbols in vivo movements. Blonde. Blonde, faith and identity and symbolism. Faith and free will. Normal genes is shaped by trauma, gender oppression, and social forces before the chicken resists them. Faith is constructed, not cosmic. Marilyn Monroe, social mask, fame, article, normal gene, ethnic self, vulnerability, humanity, the conflict between false image and real identity drives the tragedy. K symbols mirror dual identity, self-alienation, blonde hair, objectification, loss of self, light and darkness, fame, inner despair, force, silence, and emptiness. Tragic vision, psychological realism, Mariana suffering, Michael's collapse, Norma Jean fragmentation, Oz portrait, trauma. Fragmentation, Oz portrait, trauma with emotional precision and depth. Symbolism, go to farmers, clocks, mirrors, and
we are not going to assess your reading skills. We are going to assess your scientific skills, which can show us your ability to explore a new topic.
For example, we see the knowledge of another stage if God is watching.
Dissertatsiyasi, himoyasida shunaqa tayyorlab ana shunday hozir bizga demonstrate qilganingizday tayyorlab yaxshiroq ko'rsatmadingiz-ku.
Okay, thank you. And now time for answers and questions and answers. Thank you. Time for questions and answers. Please, if you have any questions, feel free.
Was there any tragedy in marriage? So, how do you define the term, like let's say, the phrase tragic in marriage?
Okay. For example, in Zego Bulman's novel, we can see one happy and warm family after the victim collapse, parçalanıp.
The family collapse.
Yes, family
Is that
collapse.
a tragedy
After
of
the
America
Holocaust-
or individual tragedy? Because this can normally happen with other people too. So with other societies, I
Nowadays, this is hozirgi kunda no in America, but in that time that was a norm.
it was enormous.
Savolni tushundingizmi?
Tragediya.
Norm bo'lsa tragediya bo'ladi.
Yo'q, hozir norm bo'lmagan, ana bu qizlar mana shu nimaga uchraydi, jinsiy zo'ravonlikka uchraydi va oila, butun oila.
Okay, one person is sexually abused,
Yes.
and does it mean that it's a tragic of
Yes,
America?
tragedy, because before the sexual abuse, they were a happy family. After that, they all.
Even if one family burns, it will not be the tragic of America. It's just one family. It's not connected with. Yeah.
Jamiyat ularni qabul qilmaydi, dadasi obro'si bo'ladi, mana shu qizni nimaga uchragandan keyin o'zini qizini nimaga uchrab aytadi.
In English.
Speak English, please.
They isolate by themselves and
Rasmi nima tragic bo'lishi mumkin? Social indifference masalan. Befarqlik. Hammaga tegishli.
Bitta oila kollaps qilganida hamma o'tdi-da deb qo'ysa.
bu yerda shu oilani parchalanib ketishi orqali mana shu Amerikadagi inqiroz
Oiladagi parchalanishni qayerdan ko'rdingiz? Asardan.
asardan
Asarni qayerda ko'rdingiz?
Nima ta'sir qildi ular parchalanishi?
Qayerda ko'rdingiz? Asarni kim
qizini zo'ravonlikdan asrashi zeybi movements yo'q, lekin blond asari bor ustoz aytganlaridan keyin kimdir turdi
Bor ekanmi?
ikki kundan
Yaxshi ekan, bilsa.
Skachab, partiyalarni ustoz sizda e'tirozda ilova qilganlar ikkinchi, uchinchi bo'lim o'zgartirib barchani misollarni kiritdim kitob o'zidan oldim.
Savol.
Marilyn Monroe'dan mana shu bironta Amerika turmak olishi mumkin. Masalan, Normajiy ichki parchalanib ketgan ayol tashqi qiyofada juda ham o'zini baxtli, hamma uchun kerakli, go'yoki sevimli qoladi. Mana shu yerda simbol olishimiz mumkin. Motivi ham masalan shunda identity, Normajiy conflict with herself. Otasizlikda o'sib keladi va barcha erkaklardan otasidan
Can you speak English?
Yes. Fate is a major theme in the novel Normajiy. Often feels like her life controlled by forces beyond her control. Symbolism beyond the blonde image symbol.
Is it movie based? Well,
Yes. No. Not for
Yes, no.
Kino qilinadi. So'z mash asari.
kino qilinadimi asar?
Ha,
Asardan
kino
keyin
qilinadi.
kino bo'ladi.
Yo'q, kino
Kinodan
qilinadi.
keyin asar bo'ladi.
Yo'q, kino asardan keyin kino qilib ishlanadi. 2022 yilda ishlanadi. Reklama uchun so'z 2022 yilda kino qilinadi va mashhur bo'lib ketadi kinosi ham. Kinosida ham yozib qo'ygan Joyce Oates asaridan olingan deb.
Questions, please.
Yeah, here you mentioned about Oakes' tragic vision of America is like a social critique, like patriarchal values, victim blaming, celebrity culture. But you didn't give any example about this one. How patriarchal values can be shown as tragedy in the books. And the silence is we mentioned like about social indifference.
Yeah.
That is just how people keep silence even they see, let's say, democratic values.
So what is the object of your work?
My object of work is they were movers and belong to Rome.
What? Again?
We were the movers and belonged. Yes, belonged.
So two words.
Yes, 2 words. Mariana had her tears weeping in the kitchen as and chopped onions. Before presenting this poetry, I analyze emphasize that trauma is often expressed indirectly rather than through open confession. Mariana doesn't speak about her pain, and instead she conceals in behind ordinary activities. This demonstrates that psychological suffering becomes an invisible burden and lead to emotional isolation. Another important symbol and the high point forum at the beginning of the novel.
What do you mean by poets condense patriarchal values?
Don't believe me and some.
What do you mean? What patriarchal values? Sexual abuse?
Yes, sexual abuse.
Patriarchal values. Nima demoqchisiz? Shuni o'zingizcha ayting.
Bunaqa jamiyatdan qiladi o'sha qiz nimaga uchraydi-ku.
Jamiyatdan qiladi emas, jamiyatning tanqidi sifatida, ya'ni tragediya sifatida siz o'zi aytmoqchisizki, ovoz nima condense, I think nima patriarchal values.
Dadasini anamiz munosabat qadr qiyin.
Otasi
Chunki dadasi qizi mojaroga uchrashdan so'ng e'zozlanadi-da, o'zini obro'sini mas'ul oladi. Qiz bu vaziyatga uchragandan keyin jimlik avval ularni nimasini, oilasini yemiradi. Chunki hech kim bu haqida gapirishni istamaydi, lekin bir-biriga qaysi zamonda qarama-qarshi bo'lib qoladi. Jamiyatda dadasi o'zini obrega katta nima bo'ladi, lekin bu narsa uchragandan keyin odamlar o'zini tortadi bu oiladan. Jamiyatdagi insonlarni bularga nisbatan bir oila halokatga uchraydi. Aslida
yerdagi jamiyatning ulardan shunaqa oilalarga nisbatan munosabati.
Munosabatligi, ha.
Shu tragediya. Mana shu Amerikaning tragediyasi. Chunki Amerikadagi oila, boshqa oilalarga ham shunaqa jihatdan qarash bo'ladi. Shu jihatdan Amerika tragediya.
Normajinga ham shunaqa. Befarqlik normajinga ham o'tiradi. Onasiga xatlar yozadi, lekin refuse har doim.
Ingliz tili juda ham ochiq qo'ydan aytish kerak, ish yomon deb bo'lmaydi, ish yaxshi. Yaxshi ishlagansiz. Ingliz tili juda ham
Okay, no questions? So if there's no question, Professor Mono, thank you for your presentation. So, time for reviewers. Judging was an Obida is the first reviewer, and the second one is Fazla for the reviewer. Yes, both of them.
Thank you. Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli Davlat Attestatsiyasi komissiyasi raisi, hurmatli a'zolar, hurmatli magistrantlar. Demak, Osiyo xalqaro universiteti ijtimoiy fanlar va texnika fakulteti xorijiy til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi 701/901 xorijiy til va adabiyot inglizi mutaxassisi magistranti Bekova Gulasal Bonu Ibudulov qizining magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga ichki taqriz.
asosiy qismidan boshlasak, magistrlik dissertatsiyasini o'rganish jarayonida quyidagi tavsiyaviy xarakterdagi kamchiliklar aniqlandi. Kirish qismida tadqiqot obyekti va predmeti juda keng berilgan. Obyekt sifatida demak, asarlar tahlil qilinganligi sababli obyekt va predmet chegaralar aniqroq ajratilishi lozim. Tadqiqot vazifalari, ya'ni roman tilga olingan, biroq mundariy javoblar tarkibida ushbu asar alohida tahlil obyekti sifatida ko'rilmaydi. Tadqiqot vazifalari va rollarining real mazmuni o'rtasida to'liq moslik ta'minlanishi zarur. Kirish qismida keltirilgan normativ huquqiy hujjatlar tadqiqot mavzusi bilan bog'langan bo'lsa-da, ularning aynan adabiyotshunoslik zamonaviy Amerika adabiyoti va badiiy matn tahlil bilan metodik aloqasi yetarlicha ochib berilmagan. Mazkur hujjatlar faqat sanab o'tilmasin, uning tadqiqotning ilmiy amaliy ahamiyatiga aloqasi qisqa izohlanishi maqsadga muvofiq. Dissertatsiyada keltirilgan ayrim iqtiboslar va sahifa ko'rsatkichlari qayta tekshirilishi talab qilinadi. Ba'zi parchalarda matn bevosita asardan olingan iqtibosdan ko'ra muallifning paraphrase, ya'ni tahliliga yaqin ko'rinadi. Agar jumlalar to'g'ridan to'g'ri iqtibos sifatida berilsa, ular asl nashr, sahifa va qo'shtirnoq qoidalari asosida aniq rasmiylashtirilishi lozim. 3-bobda statistik jadval va foizli kuzatishlar metodologik asosga muhtoj. Ya'ni bu yerda 25% va 20% kabi statistik tahlilni bergan edilar, menga taqdim etgan vaqtlar dissertatsiyalarini kabi ko'rsatkichlar qanday mezon va qancha matn birligi, nechta epizod yoki qaysi tahlil birliklari asosida hisoblangani ko'rsatilmagan. Badiiy matn tahliliga bunday foizlardan foydalanilganda kodlash mezonlarini hisoblash mexanizmi izohlanishi zarur. Ayrim boblarda tahlil va umumiy bayon o'rtasidagi muvozanat to'liq saqlanmagan. Xususan 1 va 2 boblarda nazariy ma'lumotlar keng berilgan bo'lsa-da, ba'zi o'rinlarda, ya'ni romanlardan olingan konkret epizodlar asosida mustaqil adabiy tahlil yetarlicha chuqurlashtirilmagan. Nazariy fikrlar har bir asar tahlili bilan bevosita bog'lab borilsa, ishning ilmiy dalillanish darajasi yanada oshadi. Matnda ingliz tilidagi grammatik uslubiy va texnik xatoliklar uchraydi. Ba'zi o'rinlarda jumlalar juda uzun, takroriy uslubiy jihatdan tuzatilishi lozim. Foydalanilgan adabiyotlar ro'yxati bibliografik rasmiylashtirish bo'yicha kamchiliklar mavjud. Ayrim manbalarda imlo xatolari, nashr joyi va nashriyot nomlari, nomuvofiqliklar, tartib raqamlari, texnik xatoliklar uchraydi. Bu yerda bittalar sanab o'tilgan. Ko'rsatilgan kamchiliklar dissertatsiyaning umumiy ilmiy yo'nalishini inkor etmaydi, balki uning nazariy aniqligi, matn sifati, metodologik ishchiligi va bibliografik rasmiylashtirilishini yanada takomillashtirishga xizmat qiladi. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Bekova Salbonov qizining magistrlik dissertatsiyasi 701 xorijiy til va adabiyoti ingliz tili mutaxassisligi bo'yicha magistrlik dissertatsiyalarga qo'yiladigan talablarga javob va muallifga magistrlik akademik darajasini berish uchun tavsiya etiladi. Taqirischi Osiyo xalqaro universiteti professori Zarnigor Urbekova. Ruxsatlar bilan tashqi taqirisni o'qib eshittirsam, rahmat. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti ijtimoiy fanlar va texnika fakulteti xorijiy til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi 701 xorijiy til va adabiyoti ingliz tili mutaxassisligi magistranti Bekova qizining magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga tashqi taqris. Demak, magistrlik dissertatsiyasini o'rganish jarayonida quyidagi tavsiyaviy xarakterdagi ayrim kamchiliklar aniqlandi. Dissertatsiyada kirish qismida tadqiqot nazariy va metodologik asoslari yoritilgan bo'lsa-da, ayrim ilmiy manbalar va nazariy qarashlarning o'zaro bog'liqligini yanada batafsilroq izohlash maqsadga muvofiq bo'lar edi. Tadqiqotda, ya'ni romanning tragic xususiyatlari keng tahlil qilingan, biroq ayrim o'rinlarda muallifning boshqa asarlari bilan qiyosiy tahlil elementlarini kiritish ilmiy xulosaning yanada mustahkamlanishiga xizmat qilgan bo'lar edi. Ishning ayrim boblarida nazariy ma'lumotlar salmoqli o'rin egallagan. Shu bilan birga badiiy matnlardan olingan ayrim epizodlarning tahliliy jihatini yanada chuqurlashtirish tadqiqotning ilmiy qiymatini oshirishi mumkin edi. Ayrim ingliz tilidagi ilmiy jumlalar uslubiy va grammatik jihatdan
qayta tahrir qilinishi talab etuvchi holatlar uchraydi. Foydalanilgan adabiyotlar ro'yxatini rasmiylashtirishda ayrim texnik kamchiliklar mavjud bo'lib, bibliografik tavsiflarni yagona standart asosida qayta ko'rib chiqish tavsiya etiladi. Xulosa qismida tadqiqot natijalari umumlashtirilgan bo'lsa-da, olingan ilmiy natijalar istiqboldagi tadqiqotlar uchun ahamiyatli va qo'llanish imkoniyatlari kengroq yaratilishi mumkin edi. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Bekova Gulafarbonning qizining magistrlik dissertatsiyasi 701 xorijiy til va adabiyoti ingliz tili mutaxassisi bo'yicha magistrlik dissertatsiyalarga qo'yiladigan talablarga javob beradi va muallifga magistr akademik darajasini berish uchun tavsiya etiladi. Buxoro davlat universiteti ingliz tilshunosligi kafedrasi professori, filologiya fanlari doktori Fayzullayev Otabek Muhammadovich. Rahmat.
So, your responses to your review was please. Have you changed? Thank you. So next presenter is Bodwa Maftuna Vakhtiyorovna. The topic of the dissertation is the expression of religious values of the nation in English and Urdu artistic discourse. Scientific supervisor is Jumara Nuzmina. The reviewers are Barbara Zunozokujuna and Ahmedos are Nosky Kumatuna. Maftuna Vakhtiyorovna. Again, we ask you to just to stop on the main issues, the main expression of the religious values of the nation. Don't beat around the bush, just speak to the point, okay?
Good morning, respected members of the Scientific Council, dear professors. First of all, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the present my master's dissertation. The topic of our research is the expression of religious values of the nation in English and Uzbek artistic discourse. My scientific supervisor is Jumayra Nazmajarabovna, and my object, John Milton's Paradise Lost from the English literature, and Babarachem Mashraf's Madeinur from the Uzbek literature. Well, chapter 3 is about the verbalization of religious values in English Uzbek literary works. The expression of religious values in Paradise Lost by John Milton. In Paradise Lost, religious meaning is inseparable from poetic form. Milton converts the biblical narrative of the fall into a broad epic universe in which heaven, hell, Eden, and the sun, the fallen world, are not merely require close reading. The word uses such God, Satan, Adam, Eve, Son, and the narrator reveal the competing system of moral interpretation.
So this is a description, yeah? And now examples.
Yes. From this example of man's first disobedience, the fruit of that forbidden tree, we analyze the disobedience is the moral and spiritual fall, and forbidden tree is the symbolic marker of the divine command. Language creates a cause-effect chain, which sin loss go to the suffering. And the opening the line frames the full epic as a moral explanation. Discourse function, the reader is guided to understand human history through the obedience to God and violation of sacred law. Well, from this example, justify the ways of God to man. Linguistic stylistic means religious vocabulary like God and heaven, obedience, sin, and elevated epic syntax, a biblical allusion, and antithesis, the moral contrast. This value concept, the divine justice, is represented as a higher moral order. The poem does not simply narrative events, it interprets them ethically. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. The mind is its own place. Well, Satan's speech verbalizes the rebellion as false freedom. Heaven-hell opposition becomes an ethical opposition, and pride is shown through the self-centered model. And the example proves that moral values are created through contrast and characterization. And key findings in Milton, religious values are frequently dramatized through conflict, fall, and choice. Religious values like obedience and sin, and textual markers, disobedience, forbidden comment, and the discourse function of these shows the moral source of fall. And divine justice, the textual markers, God, heaven, judgment, law, shows that explained even through sacred order. And repentance, the markers of the restore, regain, mercy, grace, and the discourse function of it moves the epic towards spiritual restoration. The Milton verbalizes religious values through epic contrast, biblical allusion, elevated diction, and moral causality. From Mabda-i Nur by Baba al-Mashraq, Haq, Allah, Iman, Banda, Shariat, Ibadat. The heart marks divine trust and absolute sacred authority. Iman expresses the inner belief and moral purity. Banda emphasizes the humanity before Allah, and Shariat, Ibadat, connects spiritually with moral practice. This function, religious vocabulary, teaches the reader to move from ordinary existence to a spiritual consciousness. Kırıpsan mabda-i nur hakikat bahriga mashrab, bu har kelgay ve yol dastinga yol bilsangi taqdirdur. From this couplet combines two strong symbols, nur and bahr. The phrase mabda-i nuri hakikat bahri suggests that trust is not a small object, but a vast spiritual ocean. The seekers enter this ocean, but the result depends on the spiritual readiness, that he may find buhar, which means pure, or sun, which stone. Eşittim fazledinle taqnatu min rahmatullahne, sana badenge canmanı hiç armanım yok. This Quranic phrase, La taqnatu min rahmatullahne, do not despair of God's mercy, is used as a logical foundation for hope. The couplet verbalizes a central Islamic value. Sin is serious, but despair is not the correct response. Divine mercy opens the possibility of return. In this context, repentance becomes a movement from guilt to trust.
Do you have comparative sections?
Yes. We have some style. And religious value are developed through the narrative and character opposition. Dominant style, epic, biblical, and argumentative. The Mabda-i Nur, Sufi Islamic literary traditions focus on iman, haq, ish, and purification and inner conflict with ruh and nafs. Religious values are developed through spiritual address to a didactic tone. Dominant style of the Mabda-i Nur, symbolic, emotional, and Sufi. The main difference, Milton dramatizes the moral universe through cosmic epic conflict. Mashrab internalizes it through Sufi spiritual functions.
May I ask also a question? Please move back. Just now you put here some sample from Quran, am I right?
Yes.
This sample is used in this word in your object for the Uzbek one. Boborahim Mashrabni. Mabda-i Nur.
Yes.
This is given from here?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And you put here the citation as well, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, understood. Savrım çünkü.
Bu şu keltirilgan parcha Mabda-i Nur'da berilganmi va siz bunga e'tibor berganmisiz?
Siz o'zi Qur'ondan oldingiz pastdagisini.
Yo'q, Qur'ondan olinmagan. Bu asarni ichidagi faqat shunga men bu Qur'onning phrasligini bildirish uchun e'tiboringizni shunga qaratmoqchi.
So is it allusion then? Is it allusion? If it is taken from Quran. So if it is a Quranic phrase, la taqnatu min rahmatullah. Yes? And what is the meaning of it? Does it also give poet? Does the poet give us the main idea of la taqnatu min rahmatullah in his poem?
And this couplet verbalizes like God's mercy is not serious. We know that Sufi love to the God from the inner, and with this example,
This is allusion. Why I ask this allusion? Yes, this is allusion. Because for understanding la taqnatu min rahmatullah, we should refer to Quran in order to understand what is the meaning of this expression. So this is allusion. Mashrab uses allusion as an allusion Quranic phrase in his book. Yo'q, ana shu la taqnatu min rahmatullah Qur'ondagi birikmani allyuziya qilib mashrab ishlatyapti. Ishlatgan hali beryapti-ku, 8-8 betda olinyapti mana. Sayyidnamadan g'azallari, mustazodlar asl nimasi shundaymi? Mabda-i Nur. Bu allyuziya bo'lyapti-da. Uni tushunish uchun biz Qur'onga refer qilishimiz kerak.
Siz manga buni ishlatmadi, men buni ma'nosini bildim. Endi nima uchun ishlatdim deyapsiz?
qarang, men
tushunmadingizlar yo'libitni. Bu la taqnatu min rahmatullohni mashrab ishlatgan. Ishida Qur'onning frazani, Qur'ondan olingan birlikni mashrab o'zini g'azalida ishlatgan.
Men sizni tushundim, ana shuni so'radim, shu narsa dedim, ishlatildimi dedim. Bu kishi dediki, yo'q, ana bu narsani ifodalar berish uchun buni men bera qo'ydim, tushuncha hosil bo'lish uchun deb menga javob berdi. O'sha uchun men bu savolni qaytarib berdimki, nimaga hozir endi bunday javob beryapsiz?
Mana pastida bu tarjimasi berilgan.
Mashrab ishlatgan. Qur'onga refer qilmagan bu kishi. Bu kishi Qur'onni ishlatmagan, bu kishi mashrabni ishlatgan. Lekin mashrab shu g'azalida Qur'onning expressionni ishlatib, Qur'onga refer qilib allyuziya yaratgan. Men savolni shunday berdim. Allyuziyami bu deb?
Could you please open the slide where it was spoken about linguistic stylistic means? And again, matter goes about explain what the biblical allusion is. Right now we were speaking about this one. So what is that?
Biblical allusion, such words given from the Tili.
What do you mean?
Uh,
Bible, you mean? Biblia, Bible in English. So such words given, which words?
the justify the way of God.
Okay, forget about biblical. I just wanted to know whether you know what allusion is. So what is allusion? Because from the answer, from your answer to Biduna, I got the idea that you don't know what this was.
I know the biblical allusion that
Now what is allusion?
is the such words or concepts given from the religion books.
So if any concept is given in religious book, it will be allusion.
I understand much better.
Not only religious, not religious books. Not only religious books, so pay attention to these words. So you should not say only religious books. So it can be any type of the books, and if the author while creating his work refers to someone else's book,
But she's not saying the same.
yes.
She's saying whatever is given in the Bible is
No.
allusion.
No.
So what?
I mean, if some authors gives
So what's allusion then? Şunu boğan bir şey şunu özlem kategori. Ne allusion?
allusion when someone referred to the other authors work
Postmodernism.
and
And
uses
Do you know what citation is? That one is allusion. You can say.
this is
its
also
citation is a you mean modern one.
Okay, thank you.
So, never forget, allusion, reminiscence, citation. These are all intertextuality, which is very specific in the postmodern literature. Don't say whatever is said in the Bible or in Quran or as you
She
say,
understood, like holy things
yeah.
are allusion.
sacred religious books. So not only these books can become an allusion. The words in these books. Okay. So any other questions? Questions? Do you have any questions?
I'm just thinking about it's okay, like we are Muslims, but in Uzbekistan, all the religions are accepted normally, you know. You're giving only, like let's say in Uzbek literature, only you are talking only about Islam. How about other religions, tolerance? Is there any idea about tolerance?
But statistically, the Uzbek people, that 18% of the people are Islam. For
So
this
how many
reason,
percent is it?
From where
How
you
many
know
percent?
80% of population.
if I'm not
80?
mistaken, if I'm not mistaken,
In Uzbekistan.
18?
18 or
In
18?
the world.
80.
80
Yes.
Uzbekistan.
in Uzbekistan, you mean, or in the world, you mean,
In Uzbekistan.
in Uzbekistan.
If I'm not
80%?
mistaken, it's
Okay,
Is
then,
it?
how about the tolerance? So other religions are not accepted, you mean?
accepted, but
This
Okay.
is not 80. This is, yes, this is
94, 96
Yes.
But we are living with Eastern Orthodox, atheists, waterfallers, and Buddhists, Jewish people, and Jews. We're living here, you know. O'zbekistonda diniy erkinlik masalasi bor. Aslida tolerantlik haqida so'rayman. Is there any information about tolerance? And you are starting with but. Tolerance is something different. To respect all religions, how they are, what they are, even what they are promoting. To respect all religions, okay? Qabul qilish degani emas, bu har qanday dinni o'z holicha hurmat qilish. Bu boshqa. Tushunyapsiz? Bu tolerantlik tushunchasi. Siz diniy tushunchalar masalasida kirasizmi? Albatta tolerantlik degan tushunchani ham bilishingiz kerak. Siz manimcha umuman bilmaysiz tolerantlik.
Diniy tushunchalarda tolerantlik nimalarni ich qilib o'rganishlar kerak. Okay, thank you. If you don't have any questions, thank you, Martina Bakçıoğlu'na. Time for reviewing the dissertation. So, this is your turn to review it, please.
O'zbek Xalqaro Universiteti 701-1901 Xorijiy til va adabiyoti, Ingliz tili va adabiyoti mutaxassisligi ikkinchi bosqich magistranti doktor Maftuna Baxtiyorova tomonidan magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun yozilgan magistrlik tadqiqot ishiga taqriz. Demak, taqrizda men faqatgina shu do'stliklardagi rasmiylashtirishda kamchiliklarga yo'l qo'yilganligini hamda ayrim sahifalarda ba'zi texnik va ilmiy kamchiliklar ko'zda tashlanishi haqida fikr yuritganman. Demak, ushbu fikrlarni inobatga olib, Osiyo Xalqaro Universiteti 701-1901 Xorijiy til va adabiyoti, Ingliz tili va adabiyoti mutaxassisligi ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Ibodova Maftuna Baxtiyorovnaning o'z mutaxassisligi bo'yicha akademik darajasini olish uchun yozilgan dissertatsiyasi mustaqil ravishda olib borilgan, yakunlangan ilmiy ish bo'lib, magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun qo'yilgan dissertatsiya talablarining barchasiga to'liq mos keladi. Muallif esa magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun loyiq hisoblanadi. Dissertatsiyani ijobiy baholayman va uni hurmatga tavsiya etaman. Osiyo Xalqaro Universiteti Xorijiy til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi dotsenti Xo'jayeva Nafarova hamda ichki taqriz bilan birgalikda ijozat bersalar tashqi taqrizni ham o'qib eshittirsam. Osiyo Xalqaro Universiteti Xorijiy til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi 701-1901 Xorijiy til va adabiyoti, Ingliz tili va adabiyoti yo'nalishi ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Ibodova Maftuna Baxtiyorovnaning magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga taqriz. Demak, taqrizchimiz bir qator yutuqlarni sanab o'tganlar taqrizlarida va yutuqlar bilan birga ishda ayrim kamchilik va mulohazali o'rinlar ham mavjudligini ko'rsatganlar. Demak, birinchisi, ayrim nazariy tushunchalar, xususan diniy qat'iyat, badiiy diskurs va diniy dunyo manzarasi kabi atamalarni yanada aniqroq chegaralash maqsadga muvofiq bo'lardi. Uchinchi guruhdagi ayrim tahliliy misollarni yanada kengaytirish va qiyosiy jadval yoki umumlashtiruvchi skemalar bilan boyitish mumkin edi. Ba'zi o'rinlarda manbalarga havola berish va bibliografik rasmiylashtirishda yagona uslubga to'liq rioya qilish zarur. Dissertatsiya matnida ayrim uslubiy g'alizliklar, texnik va ilmiy xatolar uchraydi. Ularni tahrirlash orqali ish sifatini yanada oshirish mumkin. Beshinchisi, umumiy xulosalar qismi olingan ilmiy natijalarni yanada aniq, punktlar asosida va tadqiqot vazifalari bilan bog'lab bayon qilish maqsadiga muvofiq bo'ladi. Qayd etilgan kamchiliklar dissertatsiyaning umumiy ilmiy qiymatiga jiddiy ta'sir ko'rsatmaydi. Tadqiqot mavzusi dolzarb, mazmuni ilmiy jihatdan asoslangan, Tuzilishi esa magistrlik dissertatsiyasi talablariga mos keladi. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Iboda va Maftuna Baxtiyorovnaning magistrlik dissertatsiyasi magistrlik dissertatsiyalariga qo'yiladigan talablarga javob beradi va uni himoyaga tavsiya etish mumkin. Buxoro davlat universiteti Xorijiy tillar fakulteti ingliz tilshunosligi kafedrasi Ahmedova Sarvinoz Hikmatovna filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori PhD.
Rahmat sizdan ham. Maftuna, please, your responses to the viewers.
Thank you for your attention and thank you all my guys.
Okay, next presenter is Abdullah Rizvanoy, Jamshedovna. Topic of the dissertation is lingual cultural features of the concept of magic in the English and Urdu languages. Scientific supervisor is Jumaya Juraboyevna. Reviewers are Satlaya Matulakova and Jelena Zango.
Good morning, dear respected teachers and members of the commission. My name is Abdullah Jamshedovna. I am going to present today my dissertation work on the topic of lingual cultural features of the concept of magic in the English and Uzbek languages. So, the object of my research work is the books The Chronicles of Narnia by Louise and and the subject of this research focuses on the lingual cultural features of magic, examining how it influences language use and cultural identity in both languages. And I'm going to show the chapter 3, lingual cultural analysis of the concept of magic in Uzbek and English literary texts. By analyzing these two books, Chronicles of Narnia and we have found several lingual cultural features. The first thing is transmission of magical knowledge. In the Chronicles of Narnia, magical knowledge is transmitted through prophecy and divine prophecy and authority. For example, there is an example from Chronicles of Narnia when Adam's flesh and Adam's bone sits at the parable in throne. This prophecy uses archaic syntax and biblical symbolism. Language here doesn't describe it and creates future reality. But in magical knowledge is transmitted through oral storytelling and everyday family communication. This is the first lingual cultural feature, the magical knowledge. The second thing is national symbolism in magical objects. In English language, the magical objects, the feature is enchanted weapons, rings, and artifacts are connected to mythological archetypes and Christian allegory. In the magical objects are like heads, the magical head. For example, the example is Hamisha mushkulini oson qiladigan qadrdon qalpoqchamni boshimga kiyib ichkari kirib oldim. Here, the word qadrdon, dear, cherished, reveals an emotional bond between the child and the magical object. Here, magic is abstract, magic is not abstract and distant. The second feature is connected with magical objects. And the third feature that we have found is both cultures, Uzbek and English cultures, represent supernatural beings. In English language, witch, fauns, centaurs, white witch are the supernatural beings, that is, which is the lingual cultural feature. In Uzbek example, alvasta, dev, jinn, and paradev. For example, head in English folklore is an old woman with dark powers, but alvasta, we know that in Uzbek language, frightening female supernatural being associated with evil spirits. And the social function of magic, the fourth, the fourth lingual cultural feature This is perhaps the most significant difference between the two cultures. In the Chronicles of Narnia, magic is accepted as an authentic cosmic force. It's never questioned or exposed as deception. And in Sarah Devnemin'e, supernatural explanations, mostly Dr. uses magical elements with irony and satire. For instance, in the example Zokur, Uzukur Popola emasmi, demning nomni eshitgandayoq rangi oppoq, oqarib ketgan. Here the rhetorical question carries a satirical tone. And there are some other features. For instance, cultural models of authority. In English language, magic is connected with royal and sacred power. For instance, in the Chronicles of Narnia, we can see the White Witch, who was queen, and Aslan also was king. And there is an example: once a king or queen of Narnia, always a king or queen of Narnia. This is authority comes from prophecy and destiny. In Uzbek language, magical authority belongs to ordinary folk figures like storytellers, fortune tellers, or elder people. Because in our culture, elder people say that Folben, Alvaste, they still come orally. And another lingual cultural feature is linguistic register and style. For example, in English language, elevated archaic symbolic language, and in Uzbek language, mostly humorous language and folk-based language. And also another feature comes with the color symbolism in magic. For example, in English language, the witch's face was white like snow. Here, actually, in our country, white means purity. But in this book, white means cruelty and cold. And this is another example of lingual cultural feature. And in Uzbek language, sarakdev, which means strangeness, peculiarity. And here are some examples from the two books. The first task of chapter 3 was to identify how the concept of magic is expressed in the Chronicles of Narnia. Lewis uses words such as magic, spell, witch, enchanted, and prophecy. This was to create a magical world and show the difference between good and evil. We know that Aslan and White Witch. And one example is always winter and never Christmas. Here, it's not about winter or Christmas or holiday. It's about there's always sadness and suffering. Another example is Aslan is on the move. This simple sentence gives people hope because Aslan in this book was the good person, and this represents goodness and justice. His arrival means that witch's power will soon end. I mean, the difference between good and evil. And the description, the witch's face was white like snow, like I mentioned before. The white color doesn't symbolize purity here. It suggests coldness, fear, and cruelty. And the sentence, there is a magic deeper still, shows that some forms of magic are stronger and better than others. And in Sarah Devnemin'e, some main words related to magic are mostly seher, jodu, dev, and alvaste. One example is the image of dev in the title. Actually, in the book, there is no dev. In Sarah Devnemin'e, it's just like metaphorical thing that Hoshimjon here passes through the difficult times, difficult moment. That's why it's called like this. And this gives the story a national and folk character. Another example in the sentence, here, our culture actually, there is no alvaste in our culture. Alvaste is used to describe someone's appearance. Even we, till nowadays, we use this word. The comparison creates a negative image and reflects traditional Uzbek folklore.
Unfortunately, you want to pass this out.
So, professors, I've got some questions to you concerning your thing.
Okay, thank you. Rizwana Jamshetuna. So I have a question to you. So in this slide you demonstrate Xorijiy, Dev and Alvasti, which is specific for Uzbek literature, which can show us lingua cultural aspect of the magic objects, yeah?
Yeah.
And what about English language? What specific object do English authors use and how they
Yes, here
differentiated?
in our example, magic, spell, enchant, and prophecy.
Prophecy?
Which bizda nimaga
Which bizda galmog'uz ma'nosini anglatadi, but it's connected with alvasti here in Saraqdemlimini.
But this is specific feature.
bu farqmi?
Alvasti boshqa narsa-ku.
This is specific feature.
Ведьма Курич.
Which which is not alvasti, which in this case is a specific object, we can say specific concept for the English literature. What about Christmas? So
Christmas here actually is not holiday. It means that there is always hopeless, loss of happiness and hope.
Yeah, understood.
No, Christmas is Christmas in this place. There is always winter and never Christmas. It means
Happiness and hope.
how? Kunning yaxshi yorug' va qorong'u tomoni bo'ladi deb o'sha yorug' tomoni kelmaydi hech qachon degan ma'no.
And this sentence corresponds with Saraqdemlimini because Hoshimjon mostly tries to succeed, but he always fails. And this sentence corresponds with this: always winter and never Christmas. Here, Christmas is not holiday.
I want to ask, if you don't mind. Now, tell me what magic is. Your topic is concept of magic.
Magic is not like using some, just not like using abracadabra, the words. Magic is culture, magic is beliefs, magic is tradition, magic not...
Magic is abracadabra. Magic is using magic.
Yes,
It's not
but
culture. It's not something like
no,
that.
I mean it's...
The one you're saying is totally different. It's not magic. Maybe that can be counted as some like characteristic features which can be found in culture. But what is magic? Magic is magic. Magic, magia, sehr jodu. Magic o'sha boshqa narsa magic bo'lolmaydi. O'sha uchun magical object deb siz sehr joduni ishlatish uchun qo'llaniladigan obyektlar unaqa obyektlarni aytyapsiz. O'sha uchun u kulturadagi qanaqadir xususiyat emas, u magic. U hayotda mavjud, qaysidir endi aspektda bo'lishi mumkin, lekin aslida mavjud emas bu narsa. To'g'rimi? Yaxshi. Sizning maqsadingiz magical objektni emas, magicni o'zi konseptini topishingiz kerak edi. Ya'ni magic so'zlari qayerda qo'llangan, magic so'zlarning ma'nosini keltiradigan so'zlar qayerda qo'llangan. Shular kerak edi sizga. Lekin siz qanaqadir boshqacha narsalar bo'lib ketgan. Endi men sizga savolim yana keyingi savol. Fantasy bilan magicni farqi bormi? Nima farq?
Fantasy is imaginary thing. Magic is like not the real thing, but using some definitions, using some words. Both of them, but like imaginary.
Which one includes some real features? Fantasy or magic?
Magic.
Magical realism bo'lsa, magical reality bo'lsa, gapingiz to'g'ri bo'ladi. Lekin o'zi to'liq magic haqida, sehr haqida ketyapti. O fantasy aytasiz. Siz aytayotgan asarlarda birontasida magic bormi degan savol keladi bu yerda. Chunki fantasy bo'lishi mumkin, fantasy elementlari bo'lishi mumkin. magical reality degan elementlar bo'lishi mumkin, lekin magic degan elementni men ko'rmayapman. Bironta hozir ishingizdan qarab o'tibman, qani misollaringizda qayerda magic kelar ekan, always winter and never Christmas. O'sha qayerda magic bo'ladi?
There is a magic difference still. In the Chronicles of Narnia, mostly magic is
Only one magic place there. There's someone is enchanting someone. Okay, the magic is being used in this situation.
Stick
Harry Potter like United.
Yes, that one is magic.
Yeah, I know.
I actually was about to choose that word, but I couldn't find the correspondence in Uzbek language literature. That's why we chose this one, which is close.
It's not the correspondence to Narnia at all. Narnia is totally different.
Ana fairy stick nimanidir o'zgartirgan.
Fairy stick,
Yo'g'ini qanday tasavvur qilasiz? Ko'lda to'qmoq bilan bitta ursa nimadir bo'ladi masalan.
Mana masalan, xalqimizda aytib qo'ydi-da, mana nimaga tabiblar boradi, tabib o'qiydi.
Nimadir bo'ladi.
Oxirida shunaqa qiladi. Ana bu magic bo'ladi.
Bu asarda bor so'roqlar solbeni masalan qilgan ishlari bu ham magic aslida. Faqat o'zbek madaniyatidan kelib chiqib so'roqlar solbeni kitoblarida bor.
Okay, I have another question. Did you get your?
No. Mahalla unaqa. I wanted to clarify about the examples. So o'zing-ku o'xshaydi-ku, lekin afting xuddi albatta qani bu yerda magic.
Albatta so'z
Qani bu yerda sehr, xunuk deganda.
Yo'q, men aytmoqchimanki, albatta o'zi mavjud emas. Albattani
Afting xuddi albatta deyman, albatta mavjud emas, bu sehr emas-ku bu yerda, sen xunuksan
Ana
degan.
o sehrli qalpoqchani nimadir qilganini aytingiz. Ana o magic bo'ladi.
bor nimani ichida.
Magic.
Mana o'zgartiradi-ku, mana
Kechasi
qalpoqchani.
kunduzi tinim bilmay sehrli qalpoq axtaraman.
Yo'q. Sehrli qalpoqni kiygandan keyin o'zgardi uni, holati o'zgardi. Masalan, boladan kattaga o'zgardi, mana o magic.
Mana sehrli qalpoq qidirishi mumkin. U magic bo'lib qoladi.
Qarang, siz e'tiboringizni qaratgansiz, jin degan so'zga qaratgansiz, sehr degan so'zga qaratgansiz, anaqa sehrli siz so'zga qaratib uni magic deb berasiz. Yo'qda, unday bo'lmaydi uni.
Konsept nima? Konsept.
Konsept.
Yo'q, konsept.
Konseptni o'zi tushuncha.
Ha, nima bo'ladi o'sha tushunchani ichida?
Bo'lmasa,
Ma'nosi.
Bu yerda mana sehrli qalpoq axtaramanda qanaqa magic ma'no ko'ryapsiz hozir? Tushuncha sifatida o'sha sehrli qalpoqni. Qanaqa tushunchasi? Nimani ko'rsatyapti? Mana umuman bilmagan odam, sehrli qalpoqni umuman bilmagan odam, "O, bu bir narsa magic qildi" deb biladimi?
endi Hoshimjon sehrli qalpoqni kiyganidagi holatlarni
Okay, I have a question. If you don't mind, I will ask my question. Okay. So, my question is associated with your supervisor's dissertation, PhD dissertation. So the topic of her dissertation was magical objects in English and Uzbek literature. How is your dissertation different from hers?
magical objects. Yeah, here instead of using the concept of magic, we use elements of magic.
No. Her topic was to identify magical objects in Uzbek and English literature. I mean your supervisor's PhD dissertation topic. And in your topic, you mentioned that you are working on the concept of magic, but we again see magical objects.
Sehrli qalpoq object.
Again we see magical objects. Then why? How it can be different from your supervisor's dissertation? What's novelty here?
Comparing to English and Uzbek languages.
Where is that comparison?
Comparison in the chapter 3.
Is it language comparison or literary word comparison? That's the point.
We wanted to compare two languages through two works.
No, you didn't understand my question. I'm asking, your scientific supervisor worked on magical objects of English and Uzbek literature, but your topic is not magical object, but the concept of magic in English and Uzbek languages, not literature.
Yes.
Thus, how it differs if you are speaking again about magical objects? How it differs from that dissertation?
It looks like book
Hamma ilmiy rahbarlarni himoyasini ko'rganmiz, himoyada qatnashganmiz, seminarda qatnashganmiz. Nimani himoya qilgan? Bittasi emas, har bir kelgan odamga aytyapman. Anaqa himoyani bilasanmi? Ana bu himoyada mana shu narsa berilgan edi. Saniki qanaqa farq qilyapti deb beryapman. Hammaga shunaqa savol beryapman. Chunki biz bu himoyalarni ko'rganmiz. Himoyada seminarlarda qatnashganmiz, muhokama qilganmiz bu dissertatsiyalarni. Siz o'zingizni yangiligingiz nimada? Agar o'sha magical object ishlatgan bo'lsa, ingliz Uzbek adabiyotida, siz magical concept, ingliz va o'zbek tillarida magical concept deb beryapsiz. Lekin nimaga yana obyektlarni tahlil qilyapsiz? Konsept o'zida berilgan nimaga bunaqa obyektga yana yo'naldingiz?
Endi baribir magical objektdan qaysidir ma'noda sehrni ifodalaydi degan ma'noda shuni.
Ana, verbalization of the concept of magic in the Chronicles of Narnia deyapsiz, ha? Qanday o'sha verbalization ana shularni ko'rsatadi? Yo'q-da. Ana o'sha abracadabra desa, ana o'sha verbalization edi, aytib stili bilan. Voqealarni ham til bilan aytyapti. Yoki shuf desa, ana ham til bilan aytib o'sha
Shu So'raxon Qo'rg'on aytganida bor, suf jin uribdi seni degan joylari.
ana o'shalarni kiritishingiz kerak. Nimaga siz obyektlarni, predmetlarni nima qilyapsiz?
Shu ikkitani berganman.
İşte bu.
Konsept.
Biz konseptni kutyapmizda sizdan, magic konseptni kutyapmiz. Ma'nosi nima yo'q, nima o'sha konseptni yoritib beradi, nima. Mana shu kutyapmiz. Savollar boshqa. Savollar yo'qmi?
I have some comments about magic. Please be sure that like to typologically analyze the concept, right? Imagine that the concept, to understand the concept like semantically, we should have some idea. So what can be helpful for them for creating like magic? Let's say objects. Let's say colors, yes? Because the color is created by magic. When we mostly think about magic, we think that there should be two colors, gray and black. Somehow, hayotimizni qorong'uga, hayotimizni kulrang tusga aylantiradi, to'g'ri? Sehr jodu shunaqada odatda yomonlik uchun qaratilgan. Xo'p, yaxshilik uchun qaratilganda mana ham bor sehr. This is just more connected to whiteness. So the colors, objects, and then what other things? So body language also, like as she mentioned, like Usuf and others, and some characteristics. I know ayamajuz edimi? Ayamajuzda qarab anaqa qiladi. Shamol, telefon bo'lib ketadi.
Aslida almasida bizda yo'q u ham.
Bizda almasida ha.
Bizlarda asosiy ko'rganmiz bizda
Bizda nimada folklordan ayamajuz kelganda, ayamajuzni biz qanaqa tasavvur qilamiz? Tuzlanib ketgan, boshqa faqat harakatdagi nima? Shu hamma joyga tuz o'tadigan narsa. Mana body language hammasini psixologik analiz qilib, keyin siz magicni chiqarib bilardingiz-da. Hozir men bu so'zlar bilan konseptni haqiqiy ma'nosini nima qilyapmiz? Endi bu narsa mana qarang. Siz tushuncha deyapsiz, bu ham xato. Bir tarafdan nima uchun? Chunki konseptda tushunchani farqi bor. Tushuncha har qanday onda individual tarzda qabul qilinadigan narsa bu tushuncha. Konsept ma'lum bir madaniyatlarga xos bo'lgan butunlay boshqa nimalar, tushunchalar. Men aytaylik, dev tushunchasi bizda to'qmoq bilan uradi. Uradi nima? O'sha. Bormi o'sha katta bir nima, haybatli bir narsa yoki bizlarga mana bu sehrli qalpoqcha, ular uchun stil. O'sha narsa. Mana bu konsept bo'lyapti. Chunki har bir millatning o'zini alohida tushunchasi bor. U tushuncha tushunchadan juda katta narsa. Tushuncha umumiy, general. Har bir individni ong ostida bo'lgan nimasi, holati. Tushunyapsiz? Siz konsept nima desa tushuncha deyapsiz. Emas. Siz lingvo-cultural aspektini olyapsiz. Chunki farqini umuman tushuntirib beryapmiz. Ikkita madaniyatda sehrchi o'zi magicni umuman tushuntirib berolmadingiz, lekin magicni tushunishingiz kerak. Tagida nima ma'no borligini. Ba'zi nimalaringiz bormi? Sehrli qalpoq, alvastini umumiy tushunchalari bor, lekin so'zni qo'yish bu konseptni ochib bermaydi. Okay. Very interesting topic. I really like it.
I like it too,
Yeah.
and I will
Really
continue this.
Topic is interesting. It's
Topic is
very closely associated with
Chunki hamma vaqt deganda даже hozir mana 21 asrda yashayapmiz, baribir ishonamiz sehrchi. Magic o'lmaydi.
Uchun buni davom
Topic is
ettirmoqchiman.
very close,
Xatolar
but the
Yes.
dissertation content is the same.
Yeah.
topic is very close. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. If you don't have any questions, time for reviewers. So reviewing the dissertation. The first reviewer is Adlar Makibatovna.
Xorijiy til va adabiyoti, ingliz tili va adabiyoti yo'nalishi ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Abduvoy va Rizvonoy Jamshidovaning Lingua Cultural Features of the Concept of Magic in English and Uzbek Languages mavzusidagi magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga taqriz. Demak, taqrizda ishning uchala bob borasidagi yutuqlar aytilgan va ayrim kamchiliklar ham sanab o'tilgan. Xususan, ba'zi bo'limlarda bir xil fikrlarni takrorlanishi kuzatiladi. Xulosalar ortiqcha kengaytirilgan bo'lib, matnning ilmiy ixchamligiga ma'lum darajada salbiy ta'sir qilgan. Demak, bundan tashqari ayrim stilistik ma'lumotlarning metodologik asoslari yetarlicha izohlanmagan, ba'zi internet manbalarining qo'llanilishi hamda ilmiy manbalar sifatiga nisbatan talabni biroz pasaytirgan. Biroq qayd etilgan kamchiliklar ishning umumiy ilmiy saviyasiga jiddiy ta'sir ko'rsatmaydi. Dissertatsiya mavzusining dolzarbligi, tadqiqotning ilmiy yangiligi, qiyosiy lingvo-kulturologik yondashuvning mavjudligi hamda badiiy matnlarning muvaffaqiyatli tahlil qilinganligi ishning ilmiy ahamiyatini belgilaydi. Mazkur dissertatsiya magistrlik ilmiy tadqiqot ishlariga qo'yilgan talablar darajasida bajarilgan bo'lib, muallif magistr akademik darajasini olishga munosib deb hisoblanadi. Bu demak, yana taqrizim edi. Ijozatlaringiz bilan tashqi taqrizni ham o'qib eshittirsam, tashqi taqrizchi ham demak, har bir bobda erishilgan yutuqlar to'g'risida aytib o'tganlar. Shu bilan birga dissertatsiyada ayrim kamchiliklar ham mavjud. Jumladan ba'zi bo'limlarda ayrim fikrlarning takror qo'llanilganligi kuzatiladi. Xulosalarning ortiqcha batafsil bayon etilganligi matnning ilmiy ixchamligiga ma'lum darajada ta'sir ko'rsatgan. Stilistik ma'lumotlarning metodologik asoslari yetarlicha izohlanmagan. Biroq ushbu kamchiliklar tadqiqotning ilmiy saviyasiga jiddiy ta'sir qilmaydi. Va xulosa qilib aytganda, mazkur dissertatsiya magistrlik ilmiy tadqiqot ishlariga qo'yilgan talablar asosida bajarilgan va muallif magistr akademik darajasini olishga munosib deb topildi. Buxoro davlat universiteti ingliz shunosligi kafedrasi dotsenti PhD Jalila Zarnigor Bahodir. Rahmat.
Your responses to your
Thank you for all your advices. I'm going to continue this topic, taking into consideration your advice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next presenter is İkisi yok mu? Nurlayeva Gülşen Dövren Beykovna. The topic of the dissertation is the use of stylistic terms in dictionaries based on English and Urdu dictionaries. Scientific supervisor is Jumana Nusmajurogorana. The viewers are Gadir Mohamed Ibrahimna and Luziva Messar. Nurlayeva, you have 7 minutes.
Okay.
Present your
Thank you. So
my full name is Gulshan Nurullayeva. So the topic is about the use of stylistic terms in dictionaries. And here you can see presentation roadmap. The first one, introduction, chapters, English and Uzbek lexicography, comparative findings, and also recommendation and conclusion. So the next one, research problem. In English and Uzbek dictionary, actually stylistic terms are not always represented with the same precision and consistence or contextual explanation. The study compares how stylistic labels are selected and also explained. So the next one, actually the object, subject, and the aim of my research work. So the first one, the subject of the research work is Cambridge Dictionary, Oxford, and Uzbek learning is Okulvardı. And the subject of the research work is comparative analysis of stylistic markers in lexicographic and files. And the aim of the research work is to investigate similarity and also differences. Information is both language, Uzbek and English language. So the next one, research tasks here. Actually, the study theoretical foundation, analyze English levels, examine Uzbek levels, and identify similarities and also differences in both dictionaries. So the next one, actually the scientific novelty. I know that the scientific novelty of the research work is a comparative perspective, the compares English and Uzbek dictionary traditional directly, and here presents stylistic markers as tools that shape interpretation. So the improvement pathway, it suggests more accurate and also user-oriented stylistic representation. So now I'm going to speak about methodology. Actually, we use a qualitative method, descriptive, dictionary analysis, and also quantitative method here, frequency comparison of labels. And the comparative method here, English and Uzbek lexicographic practice in our
Okay, what did you do with this comparative method?
Comparative method, actually Uzbek and English stylistic terms comparison.
Okay, move to that part.
Okay. So the next one.
Not next one, comparative. Comparison.
Comparison Uzbek and English stylistic terms in English.
Show us
Show.
the comparative
okay.
analysis
Okay.
of two languages.
And here actually English stylistic terms, for instance, assis, it's a formal, and the help it's a neutral word like this. And also kiddos, it's informal, and the child is a formal word. Or cool, it's informal and also slang. That's why actually slang is not used word. And zoo, it's also archaic words. We know that archaic words are not used in modern linguistics. So the next one, photosynthesis, it's a technical word. They are English stylistic terms. And you can see in here Uzbek words like kitabi book, sözleşme uslubu, that means colloquial, again it's obsolete, and dialectal, that means dialectal. And here you can see some Uzbek words, stylist terms, for instance, kitab. So it's in English book that it's neutral, and the stylist function is general usage. Or the mascule, this word Uzbek word, and the type it's a buksh, and the stylistic function is formal style. So the next one is ılık gitmek. In English to dire, actually it's informal style, and the type is colorful, but stylistic function is spoken language, not written or formal. So the next one, that means heart in English. So it's a type poetic or literary, so function is literary and emotional style. So actually there are some kind of words in Uzbek dictionaries, like we can see poetic, some poems, or other type of some kind of literature types. And now here you can see comparative framework Uzbek and English and Uzbek. For instance, cultural values, translation equivalence, label type, definition depth, usage examples, and register precision. So the next one. So cultural attitude. Now you can see here English contact like directness, individual, and also expression, clarity, and some kind of debate. So the next one, difference, similarities. Similarities in dictionary. You know that in both Uzbek and English dictionary actually classifier term
don't register formal, informal, slang, or colloquial, like this, and also their function. For instance, we can say in English dictionaries, stylistic labels such as formal, informal, slang actually guide the users in selecting appropriate way. And while in Uzbek dictionaries actually include categories like resmi or sözleşme uslubu, or some kind of badi, it's literally, or halkala, it's colloquial, serving the same purpose. The next one, there is some differences, English and Uzbek dictionaries. For instance, English dictionaries is much more specific labels, corpus evidence, examples and usage notes, and sensitive labels like offensive, taboo, and etc. And in Uzbek dictionary, we can see its broader categories and some kind of less detailed and some kind of normative tradition. Actually, Uzbek dictionaries focuses on national and also cultural politeness. But in English dictionary, actually some stylistic terms in a more detailed and systematic way. That's why there is some differences between Uzbek and English dictionaries. So here, also dictionaries as educational tools, we can say they teach not only meaning but also social sustainability. And the next one is chapter 2, language, culture, dictionary use, intercultural awareness. We can see here some English dictionary analysis, informal, colloquial, slang, offensive, technical, and archaic words. In here, Uzbek dictionary analysis. And the comparative results here, we can see similarity and also some differences between two language dictionary. We know that before I mentioned that both language more stylistic levels, like formal, informal, slang, and others. Differences, we can say English has more detailed and also more specific, systematic way, while in Uzbek dictionary actually less detailed and also some kind of focuses on our national and cultural aspects of language. So the next one, practical implication here. In this way, actually, teachers, students, translators may use lexicographers and researchers. So here we can see a general conclusion and.
Gulshan, it was really nice seminar presentation, but not the scientific research you presented us. So can you go back to the framework? The üçüncü framework.
This one,
Must know the framework.
framework. Research problem, object subject. So hypothesis, scientific novelty, dissertation structure.
I think your research asks for the survey.
So
Have you done any survey?
no,
or anything?
firstly I like take survey, but our teacher before this teacher said that there is no any kind of survey. That's why I took away.
She had survey. I requested to remove the survey because the topic is not connected with survey. It's connected with stylistic analysis of the words in two languages in the dictionaries. It was like about teaching. How is it connected? How teaching is connected?
How teaching is connected with studies.
Yeah. That's why only chapter 3. That's why comparison. Uzbek and English, or for instance, book, talk. It's like neutral word, like that comparison. Chapter 3.
Questions, please.
I asked you to go to your framework. You showed us some framework.
Framework.
Yes. No, this
English
one.
still levels.
So comparative framework. This is just the table. Have you done any comparative analysis according to this framework?
Yes, actually
Where?
we use it here. For instance, I'll give some examples in Uzbek. For instance, in Uzbek actually we have some
Where?
stylistic terms, dictionaries.
Where?
Do you have it in your work?
Yes. Chapter 3, actually, chapter 3 it was given. So, for instance, in Uzbek, some kind of kind of lashkar in Uzbek. Lashkar actually that means cushion or some army, nowadays in modern language. But these words are the words actually right now.
Have you compared them according to registered precision? And what is registered precision, by the way?
Register maybe formal and informal, yes, like this.
Maybe.
So it could be.
Some kind of maybe.
Sorry, could be. Sorry, teacher. Could be.
Register precision. Register. Register, your registration.
No. Register that could be formal and informal.
Okay, according to definition that. Have you?
Definition
Okay.
that's- Yes, Uzbek and English.
Where?
It means that.
Where is the comparison according to registered precision, cultural values, translational equivalence, label type?
Label type. Before
Yes. Where is the comparison?
Actually, chat 3, we compared Uzbek and English words according to this
Do you
framework.
have according to this framework?
Some of them, sorry.
Why do you need this framework if it's not about your work?
Actually, we use it in here label type also and cultural values.
And what is this arrow? What does it mean?
Sorry, what?
Arrow.
Arrow?
Arrow in between English and Uzbek. What does it mean? Any meaning? Double arrow?
Double arrow, sorry.
English, double arrow, and
English
Uzbek.
bilan o'rtasidagi nima u? Nima degani u?
And
In Moscow?
Maybe
Maybe
comparison.
versus, yeah.
Maybe
Versus.
comparison.
O'zi comparative framework bu qarangda. Siz
comparative.
comparative framework beryapsiz.
Yeah.
Lekin shu comparative framework asosida tahlil yo'q. Nimada beryapsiz uni agar tahlilingiz bo'lmasa? Siz o'zi ana o'sha qaysidir bir so'zni aytdingiz, ana shu so'zni ingliz tilidagi masalan u so'z bo'ladigan bo'lsa, o'zbek tilidagi so'z bo'ladigan bo'lsa, ana shu 6 ta kriteriya asosida tahlil qilishingiz kerak edi.
Actually, some of them we analyze it,
Where?
not all.
Where?
Chapter 3 actually.
Chapter 3, whatever we are saying, you're saying chapter 3, somewhere, some kind of analysis in somewhere.
Yes,
Yeah,
actually,
I
in
see.
chapter 3 we analyzed some Uzbek and English words as a tables.
Look, we are asking comparison. In chapter 3, you don't have comparison.
I have.
But the title is different. What is comparison? Analysis. Look, analysis of stylistic terms in English dictionaries. Qani bu
After
comparison?
that, in Uzbek. So next one.
Tuzatyapman men.
Sorry.
Alright. Analysis of stylistic terms in Uzbek dictionaries. Qani bu comparison?
Alohida
Qani
qilgansiz.
comparison?
Alohida tahlil qilgansiz, lekin ikkalasini
Yo'q,
qiyoslamamiz yo'q deb ular ichida
Balkim
bormi?
ichida
Ichida
bor.
bor, lekin o'zida o'zbek tilida o'zbekcha, hamma ingliz tilida.
Demak, taqqoslamagan-sizda.
Yo'q, siz o'zi balkim ichida bordir
Yo'q,
deyapsiz, bor
Bor,
deyapsiz.
bor. O'zini ishlamim bor.
Bor deyapsiz.
Yes.
Yo,
You may say some
paragraflarni
tables.
alohida-alohida-da.
Okay,
Mana
you mean
o'zbeklar
that-
alohida, inglizlar alohida beryapsiz paragraflarda. Comparative analysis deb alohida bitta paragraf bermayapsiz-ku. Alohida beryapsiz.
Yeah.
Alohida berish comparison emas. U qachon u comparison bo'ladi, qachonki ikkalasini bitta paragrafga jamlasangiz bo'ladi.
You mean these tables?
Yes,
Yeah,
this one.
maybe.
Uzbek first and English
This
after.
is not the comparison.
Okay.
This is
POC,
not the
narsa
comparison.
yo'q.
POC narsangiz yo'q. Gulshan, Davronbekovna.
Yeah.
Open the chart, the bar chart. Bar chart you have.
What chart?
Bar chart.
This one.
Bar,
Bar
bu
chart.
table.
Where is?
Aylantiring, where is emas, bu yerda emas. Aylantiring, boshqa slide. Yana deyishim kerak. Ana shu, to'xtang.
This one. Yeah.
Ana shu. Explain it to us. What is it?
In here, we can see some kind of stylistic terms: formal, colloquial, slang, offensive and taboo, technical.
So what do you mean by this green long line?
In here, English dictionary often provides detail some kind of stylistic labels. Usage, for instance, actually we use informal colorful words much more longer. And
There is a
slang
proof.
is a limited stylistic term.
First of all, proof. Second, numbers. Third, percentage. Where? Qaydan bilamiz bu nima ranchalar bilan belgilagan qancha farq qilishini o'zi chiqib lineyka bilan buni o'zi unaqa razmerini ko'rib keyin bilib olishimiz kerak. Tushunyapsizmi? Shunchaki vizual chiroy uchun, estetika uchun tuzilgan bir jadvalga o'xshaydi. Figuraga.
Sorry for that.
Okay, you have no comparison. You cannot explain the framework because you don't have comparison. But your topic is compared. If question.
No, I have a question. So, Bhushan, I have a question. First of all, I'd like to know what is stylistic term. So what do you mention here is not stylistic term.
So when I say stylistic term, it's that formal, informal, slang, offensive,
No.
technical.
No. Stylistic terms include metaphor, metonymy, irony, epiphora, anaphora, repetition. These are stylistic terms. But the things which you are analyzing here are considered to be stylistic layer, or we can call it stylistic overtone, formal, informal, colloquial, or neutral. This is not stylistic term. The things which you are discussing are considered to be stylistic layers. So, and stylistic layer can be defined not only through the dictionaries, but through the materials, from the newspapers, from the books, where the authors use neutral colloquial speech in order to show the identity of the character. These are stylistic layers, not terms.
But in here actually in dictionaries,
You didn't understand. You didn't understand.
No, I understand, but here I think
I'm giving comments on your. I had a question. First of all, I asked you a question. So, what is stylistic term? You said this is informal, formal words, slang,
offensive.
taboo, something like this. But these are not stylistic words. These are not stylistic terms. These are, and now I'm giving comments. These are stylistic layers, or somehow you can say in some words, they call it a stylistic overtone. Style, not stylistic term, is discussed in your work. In your work, you discuss style of the words. Uslub. We have several styles. Publicistic style, official style, colloquial style. So you see, formal style,
Formal,
so
slang.
yeah, bilateral style, publicistic style, official style. So these are styles. So you are discussing styles, not stylistic terms. Do you understand?
Yeah.
This is a comment. I'm giving my comments on your dissertation. So if your topic is stylistic terms, you have to work on the terms which are connected with the stylistic devices. What is metaphor? What is metonymy? And how is it given in the Uzbek dictionary? For example, metaphor is called talmih in the Uzbek language and in the Uzbek dictionaries. And even though it is talmih in the Uzbek language, even though it is metaphor, it is different from the English metaphor. You have to clarify these things. Your topic is not layers. Your topic is term. Not stylistic layers, but stylistic terms. You see?
But
It doesn't coincide with the topic. Topic is another thing, but the analysis which you have is another. You have to change this term into layers or overtone in order to fix the topic to the dissertation, in order to fix the topic with the analysis.
Not the topic, not the
Cannot be changed.
before I have written this dissertation, I investigated some dissertations on internet. So here, actually, the stylistic terms like this formal, informal. After that, we'll write it.
Okay, which dissertations you relied on in order to use this theoretical basis?
Now, the author, I cannot remember now. So, but...
So which author says that stylistic term, this is formal, informal speech. Stylistic term is slang. Stylistic term is, what's that, offensive? Or taboo
offensive,
word?
technical.
Which author says this?
I cannot
Maybe
remember the name of
maybe
the
you have
author.
a theoretical foundation,
Yeah.
maybe you have methodological basis in your dissertation. We are not aware of your dissertation, that's why I'm asking you. So whose works have you relied on as a theoretical basis to show these things as stylistic terms? As stylistic terms.
So sorry now, the name of the author, I cannot remember, sorry. But
You cannot remember?
when I
But there are authors who include these things as a stylistic term. Let me see your dissertation. I think you have some citations from the verse, yeah? Okay, do you have any questions? So this is my question and my comment, and
Thank you.
if you have any person or if you analyze or if you look through any scholar's work who suggests these things as stylistic terms, you should say it. But you do not remember whose work is it.
Yeah, no, sorry.
So this is another thing. The thing which you discuss is a bit different. Okay, thank you. So questions? No questions? No questions? Question? Okay. Thank you. Burjan Devanovievna, thank you for your presentation, and now we'll ask Matthew Bartlorovna to read the reviewers' comments on this dissertation. So the first review is that
demak 71 xorijiy til va adabiyoti, ingliz tili va adabiyoti yo'nalishi, ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Nurullayeva Gulshan Darmonbekovnaning The Use of Stylistic Terms in Dictionaries Based on English and Uzbek Dictionaries mavzusidagi magistr dissertatsiyasiga ichki taqriz. Taqrizchi ishining ijobiy yutuqlari bilan birga ba'zi bir kamchiliklarni aytib o'tganlar. Demak, bular ayrim statistik ma'lumotlar va ayrim amaliy misollar sonini kengaytirish maqsadiga muvofiq bo'lar edi. Ba'zi bir texnik hamda ilmiy xatolarni aytib o'tganlar, biroq ushbu holat tadqiqotning ilmiy saviyasiga ta'sir ko'rsatmaydi va umumiy natijalarning qiymatini kamaytirmaydi hamda magistr dissertatsiyasini himoyaga tavsiya etish mumkin deb hisoblayman. Taqrizchi Osiyo xalqaro universiteti xorijiy til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi professori CS Gadro'nolda Ibragimova. Xo'sh, keyingi taqrizga ijozatlar bilan o'qib eshittirsam, demak, taqrizchi dissertatsiyaning yutuqlarini boqma-boq sanab o'tganlar, shu bilan birga ishning ayrim kamchiliklari haqida batafsilroq aytganlar, jumladan tadqiqotning metodologik qismi umumiy tavsiflangan bo'lib, tahlil uchun tanlangan lug'atlar soni, mezonlari va korpus hajmi haqida aniq ma'lumotlar yetarli darajada keltirilmagan. Birinchi bo'limda ayrim fikrlar va xulosalar bir necha marotaba takrorlanganligi kuzatiladi. Xususan, ingliz lug'atlarining stilistik terminlarni batafsilroq yoritishi hamda o'zbek lug'atlarida kontekstual ma'lumotlarning kamligi haqidagi fikrlar turli sahifalarda qayta bayon etilgan. Tadqiqotning ilmiy yangligi ko'rsatilgan bo'lsa-da, uning avvalgi tadqiqotlardan farqlovchi jihatlari va muallifning shaxsiy ilmiy hissasi yanada aniqroq yoritilishi maqsadga muvofiq bo'lar edi. Ayrim bo'limlarda nazariy manbalarga tayanish kuchli bo'lsa-da, statistik tahlil natijalari, jadval va diagrammalar ko'rinishida yetarlicha taqdim etilmagan. Bu esa olingan natijalarning dalillilik darajasini yanada oshirish imkonini bergan bo'lar edi. Ish matnida ayrim stilistik va tahririy kamchiliklar, jumladan bir xil mazmundagi jumlalarning takrorlanishi hamda ayrim manbalar bilan ishlashda umumlashtiruvchi yondashuvning ustunligi seziladi. Qayd etilgan kamchiliklar tafsirli xarakterga ega bo'lib, ular tadqiqotning umumiy ilmiy qiymati va amaliy ahamiyatini pasaytirmaydi va muallif qo'yilgan vazifalarni asosan muvaffaqiyatli hal qilgan, tadqiqot natijalari ilmiy hamda amaliy ahamiyatga ega. Shu munosabat bilan magistrlik dissertatsiyasini himoyaga tavsiya etish mumkin deb hisoblayman. Buxoro davlat universiteti ingliz tilshunosligi kafedrasi dotsenti, filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori Xorijiy Zafar.
Your responses to your reviewers, please. Will you take into consideration our comments in further research works?
Yeah, thank you for your recommendation and also feedback. I'll follow your recommendation in my future experiments also. I want to continue my scientific level.
Okay, if you want to continue, so I would give you advice to include not only stylistic layers but the terms as well. So stylistic terms include names of the stylistic devices, nomination of the stylistic devices. So if you include these things, then the topic will be widened and the name of your dissertation should be not stylistic terms but stylistic terminology. And in that case, then you can include these things and terms as well. Thank you. Next, the topic of the dissertation is the relationship between father and children in Charles Dickens' works. Scientific supervisor is relatively Zafarova. Reviewers are Zafarova and Rozokojan and Yazamokchika. You have only 7 minutes.
Good morning, next members of the examination period. I'll start my dissertation topic, the relationship between father and children in Charles Dickens' works. According to my topic, I have contents, interactions, chapters, conclusion, and list of literature. And the object of my research work is literary works of Charles Dickens, particularly those novels which foreground family dynamics and parental relationships such as David Copperfield and Bombay and Son. According to the research work, I have also tasks, the study of relationship of social society and human listening in Victorian literature, investigate problems of social issues in Charles Dickens' novels, and to analyze the depiction of Victorian moral principles in family relationship, to analyze the image of stepfather in the novel of David Copperfield. My dissertation work, third chapter is ethical and education. Chapter
picture of father and family morality in the novel of Dambe and Son. Father and child relationship in Dambe and Son is one of the clearest examples of how Dickens unites psychological analysis with ethical judgment. And Mr. Dambe is introduced as not a warm father, but as a proud head of commercial house. For example, in this sentence, we can see that Dambe and Son had often dealt in heights, but never in hearts. This line shows that the house of Dambe is strong in trade, but weak in willing. The word hearts stands for human affection, compassion, and moral sensitivity. When Dickens says that firm never dealt in hearts, he shows that Mr. Dambe's book has excluded the most necessary part of family life. And family life. One of the important points of that Mr. Dambe's psychology is built on separation rather than relationships. In this book, he separates business from feeling, the son from daughter, dignity from tenderness, and even grief from compassion. The habit of separation explains why he cannot read the emotional life of people nearest to him. He believes that the order existed when everything has its proper rank, but Dickens shows that family doesn't live by rank, it lives by the nearest of heart. Mr. Dambe tries to maintain authority by distance, that very distance destroys a piece of his house. His fatherhood is not simply a personal weakness, it's a wrong way of understanding domestic authority. The analysis of the image of stepfather in David Copperfield. The image of stepfather in David Copperfield is one of the Dickens' sharpest studies of domestic tyranny. Mr. Merson enters the home not as caring guide, but as a figure of control. For example, through him, Dickens examines the difference between real education and oppressive discipline. He beat me then as he would have beaten me to death, and I was lying, fevered and hot and torn and sore and raging in my puny way upon the floor. In this sentences, we can see that the family ceases to be a place of comfort and becomes a place of submission, and Worston treats him not as a sensitive child, but an object to be subdued. This is one of the most strongest moments in the novel. The extract reveals the full violence hidden inside Murdstone's idea of discipline. Child is not corrected, he is crushed. And Dickens tried to show both psychological pain and emotional helplessness through this sentence. Stepfather image in David Copperfield is broader than one cruel man. He shows Murdstone's character, his authority and his violence for violence, and he criticizes it. Dickens' purpose is not only negative, but by showing that the father is, he also shows what a father or guardian should be. A real educator must guide without humiliation. A real parent must correct without breaking the spirit. A real home must allow the child to speak, feel, remain himself. The dissertation work has shown the relationship between father and children occupies a central and deeply meaningful place in Charles Dickens' works. Charles Dickens doesn't present a fatherhood as a simple biological role. Instead, he treats its moral, emotional, and social responsibilities and shapes the character's life, the destiny of the child. And through his own novels, we can see love and protect, cold and distant, oppressive and destructive or spiritually restorative. And David Copperfield is exactly mentioned as the autobiographical book of Charles Dickens, because David's life and Charles Dickens' life are exactly the same, and he would like to show his life, his hardship through his novel.
Okay, thank you. Have you finished? Okay, thank you. So now time for questions and answers. Questions, please, if you have any questions.
So you told that here is in your method you put comparative responses, I mean, right? And you got the object too, I mean, with the words of the Charles Dickens.
Not like comparative. We use not comparative.
You did not compare two words. You
No,
just analyze it.
I just analyzed the father and children relationships through his two books, David Copperfield and Dombey and Son. I didn't compare the books itself, but I compared and showed the relationship between father and children.
Okay. Comparative typological, comparative historical one you gave here as a method.
Yeah, I missed this one.
Huh? The method is wrong in this case. Why you put the comparative one in your method if you did not do that?
No, in my second chapter I have the role of father-child relationship in Dickens' books. I use comparative method in this, his books and family model and main issues. I compared.
You compared the characters,
Yes, characters.
attitudes.
Attitudes.
Okay.
Then she has comparison in
Yes, you have it.
Yes, but you say that you compare two books. I said one book.
I put what the characters.
Characters you compare.
I compared.
But here is more than.
More than 2 books.
Okay, then I have a question to you. So, you have analyzed psychology of father and children. So, how is it described? I mean, father and children, and father and stepfather and children. So, what's the psychology of father and children in the novel, and what's the psychology of stepfather and children in the novel? So, how these characters are described, and how do they reveal morality of stepfather, father, or children?
From psychology of father and children, I choose the book Dombey and Son. We know that Dombey loved her son more than his daughter, Miss Florence, and he compared their lives. For example, I have citation that Miss Florence, they had been a girl some 6 years before, but what was a girl to Dombey and Son? In the capital of the house's name and dignity, such a child was merely a piece of base coin that couldn't be invested, a bad boy, nothing more. From this citation, we can see that he rejects Miss Florence because she doesn't fit his idea of inheritance. And base coin is sharpened because Florence is treated not as a child of feelings, but a failed instrument of value. We know that Dombey was an inherited person, and he wanted his son to rule his inheritance. But his son died at 6 years old, and Miss Florence became only the child of Dombey. But he wanted the son to be ruled his inheritance. That's why in this Dombey and Son, the father image and the children image are how can I say investigate, learn it and compare it. Yeah, compare it. But in the David Copperfield, I mostly paid attention to the stepfather image and father image. For example, Murdstone is a stepfather. He didn't like the David Copperfield. He did some violence. He treated badly. But his family Peggotty, Mr. Peggotty, he is not his real father, but he treated like a father in this.
Okay, I wanted to ask you this one. Why stepfather? Because not so you are giving negative associations with stepfather, but there are some people who are positive. Yeah.
Yes, we have.
Even though they are stepfathers, they can be so generous with the children who are brought up in their family. Why do you give negative association with stepfather? Or did you observe only negative associations in the works which you analyzed? Yeah?
No, I just take the term stepfather because his stepfather is Murdstone, and the book is about Murdstone, David Copperfield, and Mr. Peggotty. And Peggotty is not his real father, but he treated him, took him as a family member. But stepfather is some kind of family member. They may not have bloodline, but he's like a father. That's why I would like to compare and show the stepfather.
And what morality do you want to show us then? What morality do you want to show us with this comparison?
I mostly
That stepfather is bad. The person who is not a family member can become a good person.
No, I just want to show the image of the father.
Stepfather.
But stepfather is
Okay, I have another question. Does the gender of the children affect on their relationships? I mean, girls and daughters and sons? Because in Uzbek culture we know just
yes, we have this kind of not equality son and daughter.
how about
In
the novels?
Dambe and Son is also like mentioned like this at the beginning of the novel. As I mentioned, Miss Florence, she wasn't treated as a family member.
Because she was a girl?
Because she was a girl, but then Mr. Dambe understands and changes her identity. No, changes her
Gender?
no, not gender.
Opinion maybe, idea maybe.
Ideas about
Ideology.
ideas.
George.
Anna
Attitude.
Attitudes towards I'm not against his attitudes towards children. You love
His children.
yeah.
From mother's side mi? Yoksa da her yapısı her sefer. Her identity dediğiniz, başka dediğiniz bir şey yapıp şuna çarplaşıp gitti ki anladın mı?
Yok, Mr. Dambe's attitudes towards his daughter, Miss Florence.
Nima ta'sir qildi uni attitude'ida o'zgarishiga?
His son died, then
Ha, o o'g'li o'lgandan keyin qizga yaxshi qaraydi.
Qiziga emas, boshqa odamga qiz. U qizni nima qilib olgan? Qabul qilib olgan, shundaymi?
O'zi родной
O'lgandan keyin o'sha qizni o'ziga inheritance qo'lga tushib o'shani o'ziga meros qilib biological cousin.
biological jihatdan olishgan. Are they didactic literature or the books you have chosen or not? Didactic. So you know what is didactic. For teaching purposes, moral. No?
mostly there is a relationship between father and but we have also great expectation, like Oliver Twist. There is also father and children relationship, but I like mostly them, and we choose these two books as the object of.
So what is the novelty?
The novelty is identifying the role of stepfather, was investigated, and also I invest the level of psychology between father and family morality in the novel of Dambe and Son.
Novelty. Task I have to identify the father in the book.
No, the psychology of the father and family morality in the novel of Dambe and Son has been revealed, and the image of stepfather in the novel David Copperfield has been analyzed.
Your position about stepfathers now after reading these two books? No stepfather should be accepted?
No, not. I don't think like all the stepfathers are the same, and it depends on the person. For example, we have Ugay Ona Ahmad from stepmother, like all.
I've got a question. What's the importance of this work? And maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't see any idea about fatherhood relationship with daughter.
She's explaining that she's not.
She's
giving
explaining while
examples.
answering, but that's not what I want.
Can you show
to
us
hear.
examples? Do you want to see
Yeah, I
examples?
see like a limitation of the work. If there is a limitation, mention it.
At the page of 61, I have mentioned no, yes,
Weird.
at the 60 page, after the sentence, Ababa he started her voice and lifted up from his seat. She was close before him with extended arms, but he fell back. I took it from the book. This is one of the saddest scenes in the novel. Florence doesn't ask for wealth, privilege, or reward. She offers comfort.
So,
This is kind of close relationship between father and daughter. I just took some sentence citations from book, but it's this whole paragraph after reading we can see the
so only one sentence dedicated to daughter and father relations, and the rest of the dissertation is dedicated to father-son.
No. At 62 page I also give citations to show the
Not the
relationship.
citation, I mean your ideas. Your explanations, your ideas.
No,
Do you have it in the presentation?
I have mostly the relationship between San and Dambe, but I would like
Where is gender equality? Say.
I read the book and I
Okay, what is the importance of the work? What is the importance?
the importance of the book to show the psychology of father and
Kız
family.
bola kazan diyorsun.
moral.
Kazan? Ha, bu şey kız neme kadar da sıra böyle yaptı.
U asrab bo'lyapti, ish e'tibori asosan o'g'ilga ketadida.
Endi ishlarlar qilgan ishlar shu bo'lganda.
I read the book and I
O'sha qiz aytibdi.
Baribir qizlar yig'adi.
Father son bo'lsa, asar unaqa mavzuda fazilchilik.
and
I didn't
Importance
use
of the
sound
word.
image. I used
Okay,
your
importance of
to
the
show the psychology of the father and family morality, and to show the father's psychology, love for his children, and
importance of the word deganda hozirgi jamiyatdagi ahamiyati, hozirgi zamonga qanaqadir foydasi bormi? Nima foydasi bor?
the importance is to showing that we shouldn't separate the daughter from the son, and we should love them, both of them equally.
Thank you.
Thank you. Feroza Ulubekana, and the first review is Gafar Bazumba would like you to give us comments on this dissertation. Thank you.
Oslo Xalqaro Universiteti 701-1901 Xorijiy til va adabiyoti, ingliz tili va adabiyoti mutaxassisligi ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Bekturova Feruza Ulug'bekova tomonidan magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun yozilgan magistrlik tadqiqot ishiga taqriz. Demak, ishlarida yutuqlari anchagina, hozir ham bu aspektlarga guvoh bo'lib o'tiribmiz. Demak, ular bilan bir qatorda iqtibosliklarni rasmiylashtirishdagi kamchiliklar ham yo'q emas, mavjud. Hamda ayrim sahifalarda ba'zi texnik va innovativ kamchiliklar ko'zda tashlanadi. Ammo magistrantimizga ushbu e'tirozlar bildirilganda o'sha darholda kamchiliklarni tayyorlab, qayta ishni menga ko'rsatganlar va bugungi kunda ushbu kamchiliklar ko'zga tashlanmaydi. Demak, Oslo Xalqaro Universiteti 701-1901 Xorijiy til va adabiyoti mutaxassisligi ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Bekturova Feruza Ulug'bekovaning o'z mutaxassisligi bo'yicha magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun yozilgan dissertatsiyasi mustaqil ravishda olib borilgan, yakunlangan ilmiy ish bo'lib, magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun qo'yilgan dissertatsiya talablarining barchasiga to'liq mos keladi. Muallif esa magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun loyiq hisoblanadi. Dissertatsiyani ijobiy baholayman va uni himoyaga tavsiya etaman. Oslo Xalqaro Universiteti Xorijiy til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi dotsenti Nusrat Hurjonova Gafarova. Ijozatlaringiz bilan tashqi tahrizni ham o'qib eshittirsam. Oslo Xalqaro Universiteti 701-1901 Xorijiy til va adabiyoti, ingliz tili va adabiyoti mutaxassisligi bo'yicha ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Bekturova Feruza Ulug'bekovaning magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun tayyorlagan dissertatsiyasiga taqriz. Demak, ushbu taqrizchimiz ham ishdagi yutuqlarni sanab o'tganlar, har bir tabaq bo'yicha tahlil qilingan ish va shu bilan birga dissertatsiyada ayrim kamchiliklar ham ko'zga tashlanganligi haqida ma'lumot berilgan. Demak, birinchisi, dissertatsiyaning birinchi bo'limida ayrim o'rinlarda nazariy fikrlar ortiqcha kengayib yuborilgan, asosiy jumlalarni saqlagan holda fikrlarni bir o'z ixchamlash ishni aniqlik va ravonlik jihatlari bilan bo'yitgan bo'lardi. Ikkinchisi, ishning ayrim qismlarida grammatik va uslubiy xatolar uchraydi. Ishni qayta tahlillab, bunday kamchiliklarni bartaraf etish lozim. Uchinchisi, tanlangan asarlardan keltirilgan misollarda muallifning shaxsiy tahlil va fikrlari yanada kengroq bayon qilinib, xulosalari aniq ifodalanishi talab qilinadi. Kamchiliklarga qaramay, talaba o'z ishida yuqori saviyadagi mahoratni namoyon etgan. Shuning uchun ushbu kamchiliklar dissertatsiyaning umumiy bahosiga sezilarli ta'sir ko'rsatmaydi. Xulosa qismida tadqiqotning asosiy natijalari umumlashtirilgan va kelgusida ushbu mavzuni yanada chuqur o'rganish uchun istiqbolli yo'nalishlar belgilab berilgan. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Oslo xalqaro universiteti 701 xorijiy til va adabiyoti mutaxassisligi magistranti Feruza Bekmurodovaning dissertatsiyasi magistr akademik darajasini olishga loyiq deb hisoblayman. Buxoro davlat universiteti xorijiy tillar fakulteti Ingliz adabiyotshunosligi va tarjimashunosligi kafedrasi dotsenti Niyazova Muxchehra, filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori, PhD. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Rahmat Zohirjonna. Firuzulbekova, your responses to your reviewers, to comments, which are given by our committee.
I'm so happy to doing my dissertation exam. I'm happy all of your questions and comments. I will take into consideration and work on my books in my future life. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So next presenter is Kayimova Aziza Ahmadovna. Is she here? Okay. Kayimova Aziza Ahmadovna. The topic of dissertation is depiction of social life and issues of education and upbringing in English buildings romance. Scientific supervisor is Sabaratula Tulipova. The viewers are Legal Zanovitana and
Good morning, respected chairperson and distinguished member of the examination committee. Today I'm honored to present my research in education. Doesn't simply provide knowledge, it shapes identity, character and moral values. This idea forms the central focus of my research on English Bildungsroman. My theme is depiction of school life and issues of education and upbringing in English Bildungsroman. The aim of my research...
No need for aim, methods.
The next main part is key factors and historical background of my research. The Bildungsroman originated in Germany during the late 18th century. The term Bildungsroman comes from the German words Bildung, formation or education, and Roman novel. In 1795-1796, John Wolfgang von Goethe published William Mister's Apprenticeship, which is widely recognized as the first classical Bildungsroman and laid the foundation for the genre. Charles Dickens published David Copperfield in 1849 and 1850. The novel is considered one of the greatest English Bildungsroman because it traces the protagonist's development from childhood to adulthood. The next is actuality of the research. The Ministry of...
Aziza, you have only 7 minutes. If you stop on each part of your dissertation, introductions, then you will not be able to introduce this.
The main part of my research work is objectives of my research. I selected David Copperfield, Jane Eyre and Nicholas Nickleby because they are representative English Bildungsromans that portray different aspects of education and upbringing. These novels illustrate how family influence, school life, teachers, mentors, and social conditions shape the protagonist's moral, intellectual, and social development. Therefore, they provide an appropriate basis for investigating the role of education in character information. These novels were selected because they contain more detailed representation of educational institution, mentorship, and family upbringing and character formation, which directly correspond the aims and objectives of my research. Let's turn to chapter 3, the impact of parental societal factors on the protagonist's development. In Goethe's Wilhelm Mister Apprenticeship illustrates in English literature, Dickens' David Copperfield demonstrates that formal instruction combined with mentorship and exposure to hardship. The next is about the comparison.
Aziza,
Yes.
back to the previous pages. Why are these notions highlighted?
This is like the style of style.
Style of highlighting. Style of what?
Style of word PPT presentation.
Shunaqa sen.
Style bo'lmishmi?
Shunaqa bilzaman.
Style bilan. Okay.
Bu siz demoqchisizki, siz mana shularga e'tiboringizni qarating degan ma'noda sariq bilan belgilab qo'ydingizmi?
Ha, shunday qilib bezab qo'ydim.
Kelgusi ishlaringizdan bundan bezamang, hozir davom ettiring.
The analysis. Chapter 3. Jane Eyre gets hold, neglect and abuse by the Reed family forged Jane's fierce scenes of justice. The Red Room scene symbolized psychological oppression. David Copperfield, Murdstone, violent stepfather and warehouse labor shaped David's empathy and resilience. Aunt Betsy later restores him through trust and moral guidance. Nicholas Nickleby, society. Uncle Raj's cruelty and Square's exploitation awakens scholars' fight for justice. Positive figures, Cherubim brothers guide his path. The next is the impact of parental and societal factors on the protagonist's development. Let's turn to David Copperfield. After his death, David is subjected to the cruelty of his stepfather, Mr. Murdstone, who imposes strict discipline and suppressed emotional expression. There was one word he said, "No words can express the secret agony of my soul as I sank into his companionship. Compare these everyday associates with those of my happier childhood." And the next is Nicholas Nickleby. He is a protagonist. "I was a little robber or a little vagabond," he said. And here David describes how society views him while he was walking in the warehouse. Dickens criticized this experience contributes significantly to David's moral and psychological growth and becomes provide support and demonstrate that there were people who have presented humanity. There is comparisons that I did in my work. For example, David Copperfield in Mr. Murdstone influence
Can
on
you
David.
show us examples from school life?
Yes, there is an example.
Where is
and
the example here?
little quotations.
Where is this?
There is. In many buildings, Roman, the protagonist faced
Aslında sol görsatıyor.
Bu sorular küçük burada basit verilen David Copperfield'in sözlerden kitapta parçalar olan
I was so frightened that I could do nothing but look at him. Bu maktab mı? Maktab hayotida rasm ko'rsat, evimni sol ko'rsat.
bir yerdə həm video ortalarına qoyarlar. Əmin sol.
Bu qaysida? Qaysini mı?
Bir yerdə David Copperfield'da Betsy Trotwood.
Jane Eyre yoktu kitapta.
Maktabni ochib beryapman misollarla shu prezentatsiyada. Bu yerdə David
No,
Copperfield.
just you're showing no Jane Eyre there in the video. And now you're telling David Copperfield. But this one from Jane Eyre, the video.
Video is from the...
Şimdi bu prezentatsiyamda barcha misollarni qo'yganman. David Copperfield, Jane Eyre'ni barcha
Qani Jane Eyre degan nimangiz? Tepasida David Copperfield yozyapsiz, pastida videoda Jane Eyre qo'yapsiz.
Misollarni qo'yganman. Har bitta kitobdan olingan.
Bir dona ham misolingizni ko'rmadimmi? Qani example asarni ichidan school life, issues of education, upbringingni ko'rsatganman. Sizdan iltimos qilaman, bir dona misolni asarni ichidan topib bering. Bu yoqda bo'lmasa ishingizdan topib bering.
Ishimda ham bor. Bu yerda oddiy misollar qo'yganman.
Misolingiz life, school life'ga bag'ishlangan bo'lishi kerak. Aynan savolni tushunyapsizmi? O'shani ko'rsating.
Prezentatsiyada yo'qmi?
Prezentatsiyamda ham bor. Shunchaki ochib berish uchun qo'ygan.
Keyingi slaydlarda ko'rsating o'shalarni azizlar.
Mana bu yerda.
Qayting orqa. Never be mean in anything, never be false, never be cruel. Bu kimni quotation, qaysi bu domloni maktab.
Betsy Trotwoodning bu aytgan gaplari misol qilib berganman. Analiz ham qilib bergan. Nima uchun shu gapni aytgan? O'qituvchi bo'lib shu David Copperfieldga qanday maslahat bergan? Shuni shu betida, prezentatsiyam betida ochib berganman. Qanday qilib, nima uchun Murstoll juda ham qattiqqo'l. Chunki bu uning xarakteri emas, bu Viktoriya davridagi bo'lgan nohaqliklarni shu ochib bergani uchun asardan parchalar olib analiz qilib berganman.
English, please.
Different.
Well, in the Bildungsroman's tradition, the journey from childhood to maturity is rarely undertaken alone. Central to the protagonist characters, for example, David Copperfield was the protagonist character. Antagonist was Betsy Trotwood. The educational method was based on trust, independence, and royal advice. Influence moral advice. Influence on the hero rises David to independent, far, and self-confident. And Nicholas Nickleby, his character, the charitable brother, was the mentor, generous support and trust. Influence to the hero guides Nicholas on the right path, helps him to find his place in society. Jane Eyre, Miss Temple, teacher, mentor, kindness, justice, and trust positively affects Jane moral and spiritual development. Positive mentors such as Betsy Trotwood, the charitable brothers, and Miss Temple restores the hero's self-confidence, shows the right path, and for moral values. Negative mentors on the contrary to oppression and pressure, awaken resistance. The scientific novelty of this research lies in the comparative novelty of this research lies in comparative analysis in school life.
No need to read us, no need.
Savolni o'zini tushundingizmi? Yana bir qaytib takrorlasinlarmiz savolni. Tushunarli bo'ldimi savol? Agar slaydingizda bo'lsa o'sha javob slaydni qo'yib bering. Shoshilmang. Agar ishni ichida bo'lsa ishdan ko'rsatib bering.
Misollarni
yana bir bor o'sha savolni takrorlayman.
Imagine. Now, I'm telling you, the topic is very easy.
shunchalik darajada osonki toping, uni oddiy maktab o'quvchisi ham biladi. Maktab o'quvchisiga savol berasiz. Sanni shaxsiy rivojlanishingga maktabning ta'siri qanaqa? Mana oddiy savol. Xuddi shu narsani o'rganyapsiz. Shaxsiy rivojlanishga maktabning ta'siri, maktab hayotining, ta'limning ta'siri. Men sizga savol beryapman. Xo'p, maktab hayotining shu qahramonsiz o'rganayotgan qahramonlarning shaxsiy rivojlanishiga ta'sirini ko'rsatadigan bitta misol ayting. Mana meni maktab mana bunday rivojlantirdi dedi. Jamiyat kim nima bo'lganligi uchun kim nima kerak emas. Maktab hayoti mavzusi shu sizda. School life, education, tamom, society degan narsa yo'q u yerda. School life, education for upbringing the hero. Shu Jane Eyre'ni personal developmentiga ta'sir qilgan maktab hayotini ko'rsatib bering. Mana bu misol, mana maktabda mana shunday qilganlari uchun bu o'qituvchi bo'lib yetishdi, guvernantka bo'lib bordi nimalarga. Ayting shuni. Qani maktab hayoti haqidagi misolingiz?
There is an example at the page 75.
Just read it.
Firstly, teachers and mentors play a crucial practical role in shaping the moral values of that building from a hero, Jane Eyre.
Qaysi asarni ichidan olyapsiz shu misolni? Asarda
Jane Eyre.
Bu asarni ichidan emas. In the building from of Charlotte Bronte. Nimadir gapni aytyapsiz. Asarni ichidan ana shu misol. Asar masalan Jane Eyre'ni 75-betida mana bu maktabga borganda mana bunday bo'lgan degan misolni keltiring.
Misollar bor. Here the writer at the page 61. Here the writer demonstrates the atmosphere that the protagonist experiences. He beat me then as if he would have beaten me to death. Above all this noise we made, I heard them running up the stairs and crying out. I heard my mother crying out and Pigoti. Then he was gone, and the door was locked outside. And I was lying there, feared and hot and torn and sore, and dragging my puny way upon the floor. Bu Charles Dickens David Copperfield asaridan olingan. He beat me to death. O'lgunimga qadar u meni urar edi.
Who beat him? Who?
Shu David
Kim urgan uni?
Stepfather, Mr. Stepfather.
Maktabga qanaqa aloqasi bor?
Uning o'qituvchisi bo'lgan. Uni hayotga tayyorlab bergan crueltylik orqali.
His father. His father was his teacher.
Yes.
Urib uni tarbiyalabdi, shundaymi?
O'lgunicha.
Sizni mavzuyingiz maktabning ta'siri.
David Copperfieldning dadasi
maktablar orqali ochib berganman. O'qituvchining hayot shu rol impacti David Copperfieldning hayotiga, Jane Eyre'ning hayotiga.
O'sha o'qituvchini nimasi qani ta'siri o'sha David Copperfieldga yoki nimaga Jane Eyre'ga o'qituvchini ta'siri bo'lgan misol qani o'lim darajasida urgan bo'lsa u qanaqa ta'sir qiladi uni nimasi psixikasi buziladi-ku.
His father didn't work as an educator. He simply made a habit of trusting others blindly and failed to set up financial provision for his family. Uni dadasi o'qituvchi bo'lmagan, yolg'on fikrlar, yolg'on ma'lumot bermay. David Copperfieldning dadasi maktabda ishlamagan.
Urib tarbiyalagan demoqchimisiz?
Yo'q, urib u shunchaki Victorian Age'ni ochib bergan, shu David Copperfieldning ustozi Stepfather'i ochib bergan. U bunday hayotga mustaqil qadam qo'yish uchun shunchaki violent ko'rinishda kitobda tasvirlangan.
Eshiting mana. David Copperfieldni ishlashdan oldin o'qishingiz kerak. Hozirgi yozilgan ma'lumotingiz umuman otasi haqida emas, Mr. Creakle haqida. Mr. Creakle was the abusive and merciless headmaster of David's first boarding school. O'sha gaplar Mr. Creakle haqida. bo'lgan. Nimaga yolg'onni otasi haqida deysiz? Umuman kitobni qo'lingizga olmagansiz, ochib ham ko'rmagansiz.
Balkim taqlishlar buni ma'no ochib beradi bizlar uchun. Taqlishlar ish bilan tanish, balkim taqlishlar ochib beradi. This will combine for us.
Assalomu alaykum, yana bir bor. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti ijtimoiy fanlar va texnika fakulteti xorijiy til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi xorijiy til va adabiyot ingliz tili mutaxassisligi magistranti Qayumova Ayza Ahmadovnaning magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga eshikda qiz asosiy qismdan boshlasak, magistrlik dissertatsiyasi ilmiy tahliliy o'rganish jarayonida quyida tafsiliy xarakterli kamchiliklar qayd etilgan. Ishda ayrim nazariy fikrlar va umumiy ta'riflar takror qo'llangan. Ayniqsa demak, novel formation, shaxs shakllanishi romani sifatidagi izohlar bir necha o'rinda mazmunan yaqin shaklda takrorlangan. Ularni qisqartirish va mazmunan birlashtirish dissertatsiya matnini ixchamlashtirish va uslubiy ravonligini oshiradi. Ba'zi muhofazalarda inglizcha ilmiy terminlarning o'zbekcha izohi yoki nazariy sharhi yetarlicha keng berilmagan. Upbringing, mentorship, school setting, characters formation, moral development kabi tushunchalarni ishchi terminologik asosda sharhlash maqsadga muvofiq. Tadqiqotning ilmiy yangiligi qismida keltirilgan bandlar ayrim hollarda vazifalar bilan deyarli bir xil shaklda takrorlangan. Ilmiy yangilik vazifalarni qayta sanash emas, balki aynan muallif tomonidan erishilgan yangi nazariy yoki tahliliy natijalarni aniq ko'rsatilishi lozim. Kirish qismi milliy normativ huquqiy hujjatlar keltirilgan bo'lsa-da, ularning tadqiqot mavzusi bilan bevosita adabiyotshunoslik va ta'lim-tarbiya konsepsiyasi nuqtai nazaridan bog'liqligi ayrim o'rinlarda yetarlicha ochilmagan. Ularni faqat sanab o'tish emas, balki mavzu bilan konseptual bog'lash zarur. Tadqiqot obyekti va predmeti bayonida ayrim takroriy fikrlar mavjud. Obyekt sifatida ingliz adabiyoti, predmet sifatida esa maktab hayoti, ta'lim, tarbiya va qahramon shakllanishining badiiy talqini aniqroq chegaralansa, ilmiy apparat yanada ravshan bo'lar edi. Metodologiya qismida tarixiy kontekstual, qiyosiy, tavsifiy va sifat tahlili metodlari ko'rsatilgan. Biroq ularning har biri qaysi bobda va qanday tahlil vazifasini bajarilishi to'liq ochib berilmagan. Metodlarning amaliy qo'llanilish mexanizmini aniqroq ko'rsatish maqsadiga muvofiq barcha metodlar ishda berilgan metodlar demak ishda qo'llanilmagan. Birinchi bobda nazariy ma'lumotlar keng berilgan, ammo ayrim o'rinlarda muallifning mustaqil tahliliy munosabati yetarlicha ajralib turmaydi. Nazariy qarashlar bayonidan keyin ularning tadqiqot mavzusiga qanday xizmat qilishi bo'yicha muallif xulosalari ko'proq berilishi lozim. Mazkur kamchiliklar dissertatsiyaning umumiy ilmiy qiymatini pasaytirmaydi. Xulosa o'rnida aytish mumkinki, Qayumova Ayza Ahmadovnaning demak, magistrlik dissertatsiyasi mustaqil ilmiy izlanishga asoslangan, dolzarb mavzuni yoritishga qaratilgan, nazariy va amaliy ahamiyatga ega ilmiy ishdir. Ish 701-901 xorijiy til va adabiyot ingliz tili mutaxassisligi bo'yicha magistrlik dissertatsiyalarga qo'yiladigan talablarga javob beradi va muallifga magistrlik akademik darajasini berish uchun tavsiya etiladi. Taqdirchi Zarnigor Obidovna, Osiyo xalqaro universiteti professori. Ustozlar ruxsatlarini tashqi taqdizni ham o'qib eshittirsam. Rahmat. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti ijtimoiy fanlar va texnika fakulteti 701-901 xorijiy til va adabiyot ingliz tili va adabiyot magistranti Qayumova Ayza Ahmadovnaning magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun yozgan dissertatsiyasiga taqriz. Demak, yuqorida keltirilgan yutuqlar bilan birga ishda quyidagi ayrim kamchiliklar ham kuzatiladi. Ishning nazariy qismida zamonaviy xorijiy ilmiy manbalar sonini oshirish, ishning ilmiy
salmog'ini yanada kuchaytirgan bo'lardi. Ularda keltirilgan ayrim jumlalar murakkab tuzilgan bo'lib, ularni soddalashtirish orqali matn ravonligini oshirish mumkin. Bunday jumlalarni qayta tahrirlash ishni yanada tushunarli qiladi deb hisoblaymiz. Shu bilan birga tadqiqot ishida ba'zi imloviy va ishoraviy xatolar ham uchraydi. Ushbu kamchiliklar ishning umumiy mazmuni va ilmiy ahamiyatiga jiddiy ta'sir ko'rsatmaydi hamda ularni bartaraf etish mumkin. Demak, umuman olganda Qayum va Aziza Ahmadovna tomonidan tayyorlangan mazkur dissertatsiya mustaqil ilmiy izlanish natijasi bo'lib, unda qo'yilgan maqsad va vazifalar muvaffaqiyatli amalga oshirilgan, ishni ilmiy nazariy jihatdan asoslangan, mantiqan izchil va yakunlangan deb hisoblash mumkin. Mazkur dissertatsiya muallifi magistr akademik darajasini olishga loyiq deb hisoblanadi va ishning himoyasi tavsiya etiladi. Ta'kidlanishicha, Buxoro davlat universiteti xorijiy tillar fakulteti Ingliz adabiyoti va tarjimashunoslik kafedrasi dotsenti Narzulayeva. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Aziza Ahmadovna, endi sizga fikrimiz o'zida bor bir şeyda aniq ketishimiz kerak. Mana masalan Charlotte Brante o'zi oilada ular opa-singillar nima kitob o'qib, kitob mutolaa qilib rivojlangan. Mana birinchi umuman uning nima deyapsiz, siz tarbiyaviy shaxsiy form shakllanishga nima asos bilan? Ana shu kitoblarni asos bilan, to'g'rimi? Xuddi mana shu jihatni u Jenevga ko'chiradi-da. Jenevda mana shu kitobni o'qib, o'z ustida ishlab, nima qilib, o'qituvchilik darajasigacha yetadi, shakllanadi. Siz ana shunaqa jihatlarni ochib berishingiz kerak. Hozir mana taqlishchilarni eshitdik, ular endi baribir magistrlik dissertatsiyasini olishga loyiq debdilar, fikrlarni aytyaptilar, kamchiliklarni aytyaptilar. Endi sizni fikringizni eshitamiz. Nima dedingiz kamchiliklardan? Tuzatdingizmi, tuzatmadingizmi? Sizni o'zingizni fikringiz qanaqa? Your responses to your reviewers.
I will be taking the consideration in the future. Sorry for my faults, mistakes.
Sorularni chiqishingiz kerak edi-da işte. İşte sorularni ko'zingizdan ishlar bormi misol? Nega aytib beraolmaydingiz?
Ishdagi misollar to'g'ri kelmaydi degan.
Urib, ular darajada urgani to'g'ri kelmaydi haqiqatdan. U shakllanish degani ta'limning insonga ta'siri va u qanday o'sha ta'sirda yaxshi insonga aylandi. Masalan, yomon odam yaxshiga aylandi yoki savodsiz odam savodliga aylandi. Ana shunday bo'lishi kerak-ku. Bu narsalarni inobatga olish degan umidimiz. Rahmat. Okay, next presenter is Amanda Qizi. The topic of the dissertation is the system of main characters in English buildings romance. Scientific supervisor is Rolatore Bonasapara. Reviewers are Gagarina Laguna and So, so just speak about the contribution. I mean, your own contribution.
Good afternoon, dear Chairman and the members of the committee. My name is Amanda Qizi. My scientific supervisor is Safara Zilola Kolibana. My topic is the system of main characters in English and Uzbek language romance. Now, in today's globalized world, analyzing how personality and character formation are depicted across different cultures helps us bridge West and East literary traditions. My contribution is this in the end. The relevance of this topic is connected with studying human identity in literature. We analyzed how personality and character development are expressed across different cultures, especially in English and Uzbek language romance. We have chosen 4 books from English tradition: Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, Charles Dickens' David Copperfield, and from Uzbek tradition, Xorijiy to'xtaboyev mungli ko'zlar and erkin bolalik va o'smirlik ko'chalari is an object of our research work. We analyze specific character systems of these novels in this research work. So now let us move to the slide, next slide to see the direct practical results of this comparison. Let's move to the comparison part. Firstly, there is a comparison in the narration style. In English narration, in English Williams roman, its main focus is individual development and self-realization. But in Uzbek Williams romans, the most important thing is moral and societal development. Main conflict in English Williams roman, internal and psychological conflict. In Uzbek Williams romans, the social and ethical conflicts. There is a table which is a comparative analysis of educator characters in David Copperfield and Bolalik ve Özmalik Köşeleri by Erkin Malik. There are maternal figures in both novels. In Charles Dickens' David Copperfield, Clara and Peggy, they give early love and safety for David Copperfield, and in Erkin Malik's Bolalik ve Özmalik Köşeleri, Sister Mujgon acts as a temporary mother, feels orphans' emotional hunger. And the next one is tyrannical figures. The Moorstone in Charles Dickens' David Copperfield use strict rules and cold punishment. And in Erkin Malik's Bolalik ve Özmalik Köşeleri, the stepmother uses cruel insults and pressure to destroy the child's dignity. Strict authorities. In Charles Dickens' David Copperfield, Mr. Crackle is a brutal director who rules the school through force and fear. And Erkin Malik's Bolalik ve Özmalik Köşeleri, Tursunboy Aka exploits the orphan's physical labor on his private farm. Community support. In David Copperfield, Mr. Micawber is a community support, a harder but optimistic friend who helps expose Xorijiy fraud. And in next novel Bolalik ve Özmalik Köşeleri, Achakola, Ghanen, Tursun provide shelter and food despite severe post-war starvation. And next comparative table is a comparative analysis of main characters in Jane Eyre and Mungli Közler. In Jane Eyre is an orphan girl, but in Mungli Közler, Zafar is from the rich family. There is a contrast, and the family and parents' failure. There is some similarities because in Jane Eyre and in Zafar's family also they failed to educate their children well. Mr. Reed, a cruel and unjust aunt who hates Jane, tells lies about her, spoils her own son, John. And in Xorijiy to'xtaboyev mungli ko'zlar, Asad Karimov and Yoqut Khan, who is the parents of Zafar, bad parents who sold everything with money. And for this, the Zafar believes that we can solve everything with the help of the money. And the next comparative aspect is bad system and corruption. In Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, Mr. Blockhurst, a hypocritical religious director at Lowood School who treats poor girls badly under the name of religion. And in Xorijiy to'xtaboyev mungli ko'zlar, Sultan Muhammedov, who is a judge, also he is a judge. He always tries to solve the problems with the help of the money and the corruption. And next comparative aspect is good educational mentors. From Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, Miss Temple is kind, fair, and educated teacher who protects Jane from false lies and helps her regain confidence. And in her next life, this helps her to be a teacher. And in Xudoyberdi To'xtaboyev's Mungli Ko'zlar, Ataullah Savage, who is the teacher of the Akbar, Zafar's brother, and he is the honest school teacher who teaches children that real human value comes from honesty, not from money or corruption, this kind of thing. And social pressure, next comparative aspect. John Rivers, a cold religious figure who tries to force Jane to marry him and go to missionary life without love. And in Xudoyberdi To'xtaboyev's Mungli Ko'zlar, society's bad values can be the example. The environment around Zafar considers money as a key to respect, which leads to him the wrong path.
Do you have any extracts from the works?
In my research work,
But why
yes.
not here?
Turning points. In Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, the most turning point is surviving bad conditions of Lowood School and refusing to become Rochester's illegal wife. And because Rochester has his own wife and also wants to marry to Jane Eyre illegally. And in Xudoyberdi To'xtaboyev's Mungli Ko'zlar, family tragedy is a turning point. The death of his mother, brothers, his own time in prison completely changed Zafar's worldview. Final outcome, personal independence. Jane achieves complete financial freedom, self-respect, and marries Rochester as an equal partner at the end of the novel. And in Xudoyberdi To'xtaboyev's Mungli Ko'zlar, Zafar understands that crime cannot end with crime and decides to live an honest life by working hard. These are main comparative parts.
We finished.
Yeah, what time is it?
Okay, so this is
How
the main
are you
characters, questions.
systematize it? How can you systematize main characters?
According to some aspects, and you can see if good educational mentors, good friends, social pressure, community support, spiritual anchors,
Do you
social
have any
kind
theoretical
teachers.
foundation of this classification? Aspect classification. Do you have any theoretical foundation?
Theoretical foundation.
Or you just go from ChatGPT and that's it? Yes.
Yeah.
The aspect according to what, like let's say, theoretical approach or theoretical
According to Foster's theory, according to his theory, there are teachers of the protagonist, positive teachers, negative teachers.
Wait. Foster,
Foster.
you are saying Foster made this aspect approach. That's what you are saying. And now you are going to protagonist and antagonist. You are, go back please, go back to yolg'iz ko'rsatdingiz-ku, according aspect deb domon savollarga javob berdingiz-ku. No, not this one. No. This one. So comparative aspect, state of protagonist, family, parents, failure, bad system. My question was, what are the theoretical foundations of this comparative aspect? You said
According to theory, only two characters, flat characters and round characters, according to Foster's theory. In Bildungsroman,
So
most
you
of
mean
the
main characters are described as flat and round characters?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
But In
So what
Gildan's
is
roman,
flat character? Round character is okay. So what is flat character?
in flat character, the main character doesn't change his or
Okay.
her state.
No, I'm asking about Bildungsroman. What's Bildungsroman?
In Gildan's romans, most of the characters are round characters.
No, you were telling me about the analysis of main characters in Bildungsroman.
Yes, round characters.
Siz qarang, Bildungsroman'da iki karakterin uchrashishi flatlar roundmi?
No.
Aha.
Now in Gildan's romans, most of the characters are round characters because
So they cannot be flat. Why? Because there is a
because they
personal
change,
development. Yes,
yes.
they should change.
Yes.
Otherwise, it is not a Bildungsroman.
So all of the characters are round characters here. They
Now all
change
the
it
characters
till the
So
end of
cannot
the
they be dynamic characters?
Maybe,
They obviously not maybe. It should be.
yes,
Yes. Dynamic characters also change.
yes,
For what? For the experiences gained.
yes.
O siz round deb xato aytyapsizda, chunki dynamic ko'proq bo'lishi kerak. Roundlar qanaqa edi? Bilasizmi round?
Roundlar, they change over time.
No. Dynamic characters change over time. Round are real characters.
Yes.
They show their
Their character,
weaknesses,
yes, their
faults, maybe
emotions,
their
yes.
emotions and others.
Yes.
Now you should tell us that they are more dynamic
Dynamic,
characters. Okay?
Okay.
But the problem is here, I have some comments. It's okay, you know somehow about your work, somehow. In the third chapter, you told me about systematizing, like according to some aspects,
Yes.
we make main characters to be in the Bildungsroman. But what about the relationship between adults and children? Is there any aspect like this? Adults and
in
children.
my work,
The relationship between adults and children.
yes, in my work, I explained it.
Can it be a system? Like a systematizing main characters in Bildungsroman?
Yes.
Bu o'sha sistemaga kiradimi? Bola va yoshi kattalar orasidagi munosabatlar sizni tizimingizga kirganmi?
Yes, because in Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre and also in Mumili Közler, the most of the educated characters are adults, and the protagonist is child. So I named the relationship between child and adults.
I think you gave some examples.
Yes.
I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank you. So, any more questions? Questions?
To the point.
Ms. Migol-Bakhodurina had asked several questions,
Yes.
and we see that you know your topic and you can explain the essence of your work.
Shunu aytsaydi.
Okay, thank you. If you don't have any questions, we will ask reviewers to comment on the dissertation. The first reviewer is Himoyasi, and we would like Bakhodurina to read the comments on the dissertation, please. Thank you.
Demak, 70+9 va xorijiy til va adabiyoti, ingliz tili va adabiyoti mutaxassisligi bo'yicha ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Amon va Gulnoza Nodir qizining magistr akademik tarbiyasini olish uchun The System of Main Characters in English and Uzbek Bildungsroman mavzusida tayyorlagan dissertatsiyasiga taqriz. Taqrizchi bu bo'yicha ishining yutuqlarini aytib o'tganlar, shu bilan birga ba'zi bir kamchiliklar e'tirof etilgan, jumladan yozlangan asarlarning badiiy tahlili jarayonida zamonaviy ingliz tilidagi yangi nazariy manbalarga murojaatni yanada ko'paytirish ishning qamrovini kengaytirishi mumkin edi. Ayrim o'rinlarda adabiyotshunoslikka oid terminlarning o'zbekcha muqobillarini qo'llashda lingvistik g'alatiliklar ko'zga tashlanadi. Xulosa qismida o'zbek tarbiya romanlarining o'ziga xos milliy xususiyatlarini ingliz adabiyoti bilan bog'lagan holda yanada nazariy xulosalar berish ishning ilmiy qiymatini oshirishga xizmat qiladi. Ishda imloviy va ishoraviy kamchiliklar ko'zga tashlanadi. Uni qayta tahlil qilib, kamchiliklarni bartaraf qilish maqsadga muvofiq. Yuqorida ko'rsatilgan kamchiliklar ishning umumiy saviyasiga ta'sir qilmaydi va ularni tuzatish mumkin. Mazkur dissertatsiya muallifi magistr darajasini olishga loyiq, ushbu ishni himoyada tavsiya etaman. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti xorijiy til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi professori D.S. Ibragimov. Ijozatlaringizdan tashqi taqizni ham o'qib eshittirsam, tashqi taqizchi ham bob bo'yicha yutuqlarni aytib o'tganlar, shu bilan birga tadqiqotda ayrim kamchiliklar kuzatiladi. Jumladan, ingliz va o'zbek adabiyoti namunalari alohida boblarda batafsil tahlil qilingan bo'lsa-da, ularning o'xshash va farqli jihatlarini umumlashtiruvchi qiyosiy psixologik xulosalarga yanada kengroq urg'u berilishi maqsadga muvofiq bo'lar edi. Dissertatsiyada ayrim badiiy misollar qisqacha sharhlangan bo'lib, qahramonlarning psixologik holatini yanada batafsilroq ochib berish ishning ilmiy qiymatini oshirgan bo'lar edi. Ishda imloviy, ishoraviy xatolar hamda uslubiy g'aliz jumlalar mavjud. Ular bartaraf etilishi lozim. Biroq qayd etilgan ushbu kamchiliklar ishning umumiy ilmiy saviyasiga jiddiy ta'sir ko'rsatmaydi va ularni bartaraf etish mumkin. Xulosa qilib aytganda, tadqiqotchi oldiga qo'ygan maqsad va vazifalarni bajara olgan, shuni inobatga olgan holda dissertant magistr ilmiy darajasini olishga loyiq va mazkur dissertatsiya ishini himoyada tavsiya etaman. Buxoro davlat universiteti ingliz adabiyotshunosligi va tarjimashunoslik kafedrasi katta o'qituvchisi PhD Rajabova Dildora Rahimova. Rahmat.
Thank you. So we'll now know your responses to your reviewers, please.
And thank you for all of your questions, comments, and in my future research work, I will try to correct all of them. And thanks for your attention.
Rahman, thank you. So, next presenter is Iskandar Yusufovna. The topic of dissertation is the influence of socio-linguistic factors on language development based on Uzbek and English media texts. Scientific supervisor is Aviz Nicola Saparovna, and reviewers are the fathers of Rosa and the children of Sri Misola Rosa. So, the sort of you have only 7 minutes to present the dissertation.
Our dear chairman, distinguished members of the state, attention, commission, assessment professors, and all participants present. It is my great honor to present my master's dissertation entitled The Influence of Social-Linguistic Factors on Language Development, based on Uzbek English media texts. So my scientific supervisor, Aviz Nicola Saparovna. This research work, the aim of the research work, this study examines how social linguistic factors influence language development through Uzbek and English media texts. Firstly, task 1, to investigate how social linguistic change shape language evolution in a multilingual and multicultural context. Task 2 is to analyze the impact of mass media and digital technology on language transformation in Uzbek and English. Next one is task 3, to assess the role of English growth in Uzbek and their implications for linguistic adaptation. Last one is to identify key social linguistic processes contributing to lexical and structural changes. This work is object of the research, sociolinguistic phonema influence newspapers, television programs, and online articles and social media platforms. Our scientific research works, novelty, updated analysis of English borrowings in modern Uzbek media, so new insight into how Uzbek language media promotes or resists globalization-driven change. Next one is comparative perspective on Uzbek language adaptation and world language contact. So next one is attention to digital communication platforms as accelerators of language shifts. Last one is application of contextual and classification based social linguistic methods. Next information methodology. Okay, chapter 1 is the relationship between language development. Okay.
You have got analysis with Kunus.
Yes.
Is it chapter 2?
Yes. In the analytical part, media materials from Kunus and BBC News were examined. The results of the study showed that English borrowings are actively used in Uzbek media texts. In particular, direct borrowings accounted for 35% and adapted borrowings for 25%, hybrid units for 20%, and colloquials for 15%.
The last one, 50%, what is it? Colloquium dediniz.
No.
Calcs.
Okay. The obtained results demonstrated that the influence of English is significant in the development of media language, and the process of language transfer in modern media texts are actively taking place. Chapter 3, innovative approaches in the development of social linguistics, digital media, technology, and English borrowings in Uzbek lecture. Okay, first, technology and digital media in language development, digital social linguistic transformation, social media accelerates the accelerates to spread of new words and expressions. Next one is online communication. Encourages abbreviated hybrid and multilingual forms. Digital platforms increase exposure to English and global discourse patterns. Last one is media users become active participants in shaping linguistic change. For example, English borrowings in the Uzbek collection consists of sources, forms, and functions, implications. Sources, media, technology, education, business, culture. Forms, direct borrowings, adapted spelling, hybrid, compounds. Functions is naming new concepts. Prestige, economy, modernization. Implications is lexical expansion, pronunciation, adaptation, public debates. So lexical borrowings in Uzbek media, for example, extra examples, startup, brand, marketing, content, platforms. These analyses as these units show lexical borrowings that are connected with business, digital culture, and public communication. In Uzbek media, such words usually name new concepts more economically than long descriptive Uzbek phrases. So, forms English source term in Uzbek media use and lexical adaptation. Next one is switching and hybrid forms. For example, mixed forms reflected bilingual contact is everyday and digital discourses. For example, extra examples: online ders, business loyiha, media content, IT mutaxassisi digital xizmat ko'rsatish. The analysis, the examples combine English lexical elements with Uzbek grammatical or semantic environment. This forms Uzbek frame, English element, hybrid expression, and new media style. Next slide, digital media as an accelerator. These abstract examples, post, like, story, reels, for example, blogging.
Your time was up, I think.
Yes.
Okay, may I ask a question?
Yes.
So, Zilsora, as far as I know, your objects are two social media discourse, Kunuz and BBC.
Yes.
Right? So you were given 7 minutes and you just showed us the pie chart without any proof that you did like some proportions, something, but where did you get those numbers from? And I could not see any examples from BBC or Kunuz. You were just giving like descriptive analysis. In chapter 3 also you were given, I don't know, it was some kind of theoretical part, but I could not see any analytical, any practical part in your work and your presentation. Now please, I kindly ask you, show us your analysis of Kunuz and BBC, and where did you get those proportions from?
Thank you for your questions. Our works isn't object Kunuz and BBC. Our research works object media texts, especially media texts, and main speak in Uzbek. Explain.
Speak English. Use Uzbek language. Speak English, please.
This work is explained, especially media texts and newspapers. Asosan bizga shu chetdan kirib kelayotgan so'zlarni o'zbek tilida biz qo'llab ishlatayotganligimiz haqida ko'proq urg'u berganman masalan oddiygina misolda bir-birimizga media tekstlarni o'sha biz qaysidir telegram postda yoki instagram postda biz ko'rsak, qaysidir so'zni trendga chiqqan qaysidir so'zni ko'rsak, o'shani biz nutqimizga bunaqa o'zlashtirib olyapmiz.
You said your object is not Kunuz but BBC, and you are saying it's a media discourse. But yes. Don't you think media discourse is a little bit broad?
Yes.
So, but you need to make, you might have some maybe specific object. And I could see only BBC and Kunuz. You didn't mention anything about, I don't know, Facebook or Instagram or, as you said, social media.
Yes.
That's what I'm asking. Where did you get those percentages from? Did you make any survey? Maybe, I don't know, did you make any corpus analysis? That's a question I'm interested in.
Ana shu, siz javob bering ki, men o'zim kommentimni beraman, shu foizlar jihatida.
Siz taqishchi?
Yo'q. Men taqishim. Savolim boshqa so'raydi. Savol berishimni oldinda savollarga javob bering va men o'zimni fikrimni bildiraman shu foizlar.
Foizlarni qayerdan oldingiz? So'ra, qayerdan o'sha foiz 15, 45, 35 qildingiz? Shu menga qiziq.
Kalkalar haqida, borrowings haqida gapirdingiz-ku, o'sha pie chartni ko'rsating.
Pie chart ikkinchi bobingizdan boshlandi. And this one.
Ana shu. Here is the 65-bekda bor ekan. Bir pie chartda bergansiz, bir table'da bergansiz. Hop. From where you, I mean the out of which result. You did statistic analysis, you did, for instance, some survey. If you did the survey, how you did that? If the statistic analysis according the database, am I right? Out of which database you got these numbers? First of all, answer to this question, and after I'll continue. Tushuntirib berdimmi savol? Masaladiki, siz bironta tadqiqot olib bordingizmi? Mana shu foizlarni chiqarish uchun yoki shu foizlarni chiqarish uchun qaysidir data
mavzular bazasidan
qaysidir bazadan qidirdingizmi? U bazani siz analiz qilishga qanday metoddan foydalandingiz demoqchiman. Yoki survey qilishga qanday survey qildingiz? U yerda qanaqa savollar bordi? Agar qilgan bo'lsangiz.
Okay, we use it a special comparative method because this here is a special comparative method. Asosda yozilgan. Endi kun o'z bilan BBCni qo'shimcha sifatida qo'shib ketganim har xil qo'llanmalardan foydalandim. Topish uchun internet qo'llanmalaridan foydalandim. Aynan qaysidir kitob asosida emas.
Men kitob aynan database so'rayapman. Masalan, BBC News deyapsiz, to'g'rimi? Xo'p, bittasi inglizlar tomonidan BBC News bo'ldi. Keyin o'zbeklar tomonidan Kun.uz bo'ldi, to'g'rimi? Siz berman foizlarni beryapsiz. Siz ana shu foizlarni chiqartirishingiz uchun BBCni ayni, masalan, ma'lumotlar, mediadagi ma'lumotlarni olgansiz, to'g'rimi? Media matnlardagi, to'g'rimi? Asosda sotsiolingvistik omillarning til rivojiga ta'siri. Xo'p, qanday analiz qildingiz? Qaysi u bilasizmi? U bu juda katta bazada. Agar BBCni siz hamma yo'nalishlari boshqa masalan.
Yes.
Xo'p, qanday tahlil qildingiz? BBC bazasidan oldik deyapsiz. Qayerdan kelib chiqdi 25, qayerdan kelib chiqdi 20, qayerdan kelib chiqdi 5, 20, 25, 35, 15. You know what? If you ask, you know what? If you ask from AI to give the percentage, AI never gives you, округленный цифра beradi-da. Hech qachon qoldiqlik sifra bermaydi demoqchiman-da. AI sizga out of 100% beradi. Agar siz hozir bu yerda yana bitta device, например, qo'shsangiz agar, ana shundan minus qiladi, unga beradi nechidir foiz. AI в основном fokusni qaratadi 10%, 5%, 25, 35, hech qachon 33, 32. Agar siz promptni xato bergan bo'lsangiz, sizga buni analiz qilib bermaydi. Siz o'zi bu fake'li narsa turib zarb qo'yingizda. To'g'rimi? To'g'ri deng, masalan, tan olish ham bir to'ppa-to'g'ri, shundaymi?
Men mavzuyimni ichiga qisqagina Kun.uz bilan biz haqida ma'lumot berdim. Mavzuyimni asosiy mohiyati bundan iborat emas.
Asosiy mohiyati faktorlarni ochib berish. Qani o'sha sotsiolingvistik faktorlar? Sociolinguistic factors which influence on the language development.
Yes.
Qani o'sha faktorlar? Factors
uchinchi bu 69-betda o'zi ko'rib chiqyapmiz.
Ingliz tilidan, dunyoqarash inglizlar, o'zimizga kirib kelayotgan so'zlarni o'zlashtirib, muloqotda ishlatayotganligimiz haqida
English.
Okay, Dirsolar. So your topic is connected with the influence of socio-linguistic factors on language development. So you should speak about socio-linguistic factors. Which factors influence on language development? So this is the main point of your dissertation.
This media text is comparative focus on Uzbek English media texts, aspect Uzbek media texts and English media texts. Okay, first lecture adapts English borrowings to Uzbek usage. English media text supplies global terminology.
Okay.
So function.
So the first factor is lexicon, you want to say, yes? Am I right?
No.
Do I understand it correctly?
Sotsiologik faktor, ya'ni
Nima?
jamiyat nima uchun shu yangi so'zlarni qabul qilyapti tilga? Ochiqmizmi? Mana bittasi texnologiyaga xos bo'lgan so'zlarni teglash, aytdingiz-ku, sotsial mediaga xos bo'lgan so'zlarni. Ayting, o'shalaringizni qaysilar edi? Tag, post, reels,
blogger,
reels,
masalan,
blogger.
like bosdim degan so'zlar
Hop,
masalan men mitingga bordim.
Nima uchun shuni o'zbek millati qabul qildi? Boricha.
Qulaylik uchun deb o'ylaymiz. Qisqartirish, avvalambor qisqartirish, qulaylik uchun, masalan, oddiy misol hayotiy aytadigan bo'lsak,
English.
ingliz tilida
But you should.
Endi qulaylik sotsiologik.
Sotsiolingvistika deyapsizda, 3-bo'l. So the third chapter is titled like this: Innovative approaches in the development of sociolinguistics.
Innovative approach yaratganlar.
So what is innovative approach
I think
in the development of sociolinguistics? Sociolinguistics is a science. But why do you refer to the science in the third chapter?
I think these key analytical findings.
Okay, factors.
First, please.
Okay, you say sociolinguistic factors influence vocabulary, style,
Style
and
and
okay,
communication
what
norms.
factors? Technological changes, what else? 1, 2, 3.
Code switching. For example,
Code switching?
no, media text producing lexical borrowings, code switching, and hybrid forms.
So this is your conclusion. As a result of your analysis, you came to this conclusion, yes? Am I right? Do you understand my question?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay? Then answer the question. Is it the conclusion which you came after analyzing media texts? So I cannot understand these things. Pay attention. So pay attention. So you write
English borrows in the Uzbek collection sources, forms, functions, applications.
ishingizda ko'chirib lekin faktorlar nima? Faktor.
Biz o'zlashtiryapmizki, inglizlarni so'zlarni o'zimizga.
Qulaylik emas, dunyoga tushuniladigan bo'lish masalan.
Masalan, qaysidir mediada bitta so'z ko'proq qo'llanilsa, biz uni
Shu
o'zimizga.
sotsiolingvistika faqat so'z emas-ku, qarang.
Yes.
So in your dissertation you mentioned these topics: analytical examination of linguistic evolution. And you say that languages are dynamic. Second, guiding language instruction and evaluation. You say that acknowledgement of linguistic variety contests uniform conceptions of standard language. Next, you say that sociolinguistics, you use some subtitles like participatory multidisciplinary cooperation. What's that? Method based on communities. What are they? What do you mention by this? Digital literacies and language competency.
Yeah.
So why do you put these subtitles and why do you use the case study A, case study B, case study C? What do you want to show with these things?
Okay. Factors depending social linguistics.
Or project-based learning using media texts. How is it related to your topic?
So factors defining social linguistic study, community-based methods. Speakers communities become active research partners. Next one is social equity policy. Language policy shapes access, resources, and mobility. So digital literacies, social linguistic competence expands beyond traditional literacy. Last one is multidisciplinary cooperation, education, media studies, and digital humanities strengths analysis.
Okay, why do you title the third chapter as innovative approach in the development of social linguistics? Here you are analyzing the language development, but why you give it as a development of social linguistics? Why do you title the third chapter as an innovative approach in the development of social linguistics? You are analyzing digital media and the role of digital media in the language development, and you are discussing borrowings in Uzbek and English languages.
Yes.
So you are discussing language development, but why do you title the third chapter as innovative approaches in the development of social linguistics? Are you developing the science or are you developing the language? Are you learning the language development or are you learning the development of the science? Development of language or development of science? Language. Yo'q, o'zi tushundingizmi savolimni? Savol, uchinchi bu bizni aytyapsizki, innovative approach in development of social linguistics. Sotsiolingvistika rivojlanishida yangicha qarashlar, yangicha yondashuvlar rivojlanishi uchun bo'lgan yangicha yondashuvlar, rivojlanishidagi yangicha yondashuvlar. Siz dissertatsiyangizda, magistrlik dissertatsiyangizda fanni rivojlantirishga ahamiyat qaratyapsizmi yoki tilni rivojlantirishda sotsiolingvistik omillarning ta'sirini o'rganyapsizmi? Tilga sotsiolingvistik faktorlarning ta'sirini o'rganyapsiz. Bunda nega uchinchi bobda sotsiolingvistikaning rivojlanishida yangicha yondashuvlar deyapsiz? Siz sotsiolingvistikani rivojlantiryapsizmi?
Yo'q.
Fanni rivojlantiryapsizmi? Rivojlantirayotgan bo'lsangiz qanday rivojlantirdingiz? Ko'rsatib bering. Yangicha yondashuvlar deyapsiz. Rivojlanishda, ana shu sotsiolingvistika fanining rivojlanishida yangicha yondashuvlar deyapsiz-da. Qanaqa yangicha yondashuv ishlab chiqdingiz? Nima bilan bu fanni rivojlantirmoqchisiz? Vaholanki sizning ishingiz o'zi fanni rivojlantirish emas, aksincha o'sha sotsiolingvistik omillarning tilni rivojlanishtirmoq qilish. Sotsiolingvistika fanni rivojlantirish emas, lekin agar siz bu yerda bobni nomini shunday bergan bo'lsangiz, nimani yangi qilib kiritdingiz? Nima qanaqa yangi yondashuv kiritdingiz? Sotsiolingvistik yondashuv.
Har o'sha terminlarni, so'zlarni kirganini o'rganish.
Fanga kirgizdik.
Yangicha yondashuv nima bo'lyapti bunda? Terminlarni kiritganingiz, fanga kiritdingizmi siz uni? Birinchi savol. Yo'q, fanga kiritmadingiz. Biror bir nazariyani kiritdingizmi? Sotsiolingvistikani rivojlantirish uchun biror bir nazariyani kiritdingizmi? Nazariya ishlab chiqdingizmi? Biror bir amaliy o'sha nazariyaga asoslanib keyin biror bir amaliy natija ko'rsatdingizmi? Fanni qanday rivojlantirdingiz siz? Yangicha yondashuvlarni.
O'sha media ko'rsatuvlarni ko'rsatib ko'rib chiqqanimda hozirgi kundagi solishtiradigan bo'lsak, oldingi davrdan ko'ra hozirgi davrda til o'zgarishi ancha o'zgargan.
Tilni o'zgarishida siz savolni tushunmadingiz. So'ramanda o'zbekcha ham aytyapman.
Tushunyapman.
Siz fanni emas, tilni rivojlanishini o'rganyapsiz. o'sha tilni rivojlanishiga ijtimoiy faktorlarni, o'sha sotsiolingvistik faktorlarni ta'sirini o'rganishingiz kerak.
O'rganganimni aytmoqchi bo'lyapman.
Lekin nimaga yangicha sotsiolingvistikani rivojlantirish uchun yangicha yondashuvlarni bob qilib qo'yapsiz. Nimaga? Siz fanni rivojlantirmayapsiz-ku?
To'g'ri, to'g'ri.
Fanni rivojlantirish uchun yangicha yondashuvlar ishlab chiqmayapsiz-ku?
To'g'ri. Siz rahmat siz uchun. Lekin mana til bilan jamiyat bir-biriga bog'liq bo'lgandan keyin sizni til bilan jamiyat bir-biriga bog'liq bo'lgandan keyin o'sha masalan bizga kirib kelayotgan so'zlar jamiyatga o'z ahmoqlarimizga ta'sir qilyapti.
Til bilan jamiyat bir-biriga bog'liq, lekin sizni mavzungiz ishingizda yoritilmagan. Til bilan jamiyat bilmadim.
Sizni mavzungiz tilning rivojlanishini ko'rsatish. O'sha borrowing qilyapsiz, kaloka deyapsiz, borrowing deyapsiz, to'g'rimi? Siz shular orqali tilni rivojlanishini ko'rsatyapsiz, to'g'ri. Lekin bobni nomini yangicha yondashuvlar deb xato qilyapsiz. Yana yangicha yondashuv nimada? Sotsiolingvistikani rivojlantirishda. Sotsiolingvistikani emas, tilni rivojlantirishda yangicha yondashuvlar bo'lishi mumkin. Mavzu yomon demayapmiz biz.
Keyingi ishlarimni davom etishni qaror qildim shu mavzuga.
Mavzu juda ham qiziqarli, sizni to'g'ri yo'l bilan borasiz.
Siz noto'g'ri tushuntiryapsizlarmi bizga? Mavzu qiziq. Mana nimalar ham qilgansiz? Jadvallar ham qilgansiz.
Keyingi ishlarimda shu mavzuni davom ettirishga.
Savollar bormi? Savollar so'zi beringlar. Savol bormi? Yetarlimi? Yaxshi.
Shu uchun ishlarini yaxshi.
Savolim o'sha qanaqa innovativ e'tibor yaratgan ekanligini savol bermoqchi edim. Hech narsa yaratmagan ekan.
Yo'q, mavzu xato.
Mavzu bo'lmasa ishni ichida asosiy maqsadga erishganmi?
Ana ichida nimalarni rivojlantirganini ko'rsatyapti, lekin fasl nimani bobni nomini to'g'ri.
Faqat o'shada o'zgardi.
Bobni nomida ichida aytyapti. Digital characteristics of
Maslahat kechirasiz so'zlarni. Hozir qanaqaga yo'lni chaqirmaydi. Bo'lmasa ana media matnlarda asosiy sotsiolingvistik omillar til rivojiga ta'sir o'rganilganda. Birinchi ta'sir, ikkinchi ta'sir, uchinchi ta'sir, to'rtinchi ta'sir borda.
Ana shu ta'sirlar nima deb savol berdingiz?
Bormi? Ayting qanaqa nimalar ekan?
O'sha media matnlarni tilimizga bo'lgan ta'sirlari.
Sotsiolingvistik omillar. Qanaqa sotsiolingvistik omillar bizga ta'sir qildi? Bittasi media matn bo'lsin. O'sha texnologiyaning rivojlanishi deylik. Yana nima?
Javob beringlarmi? Yo, sizni mavzungiz o'sha ta'sirlar ekan. Birinchi, ikkinchi, uchinchi, to'rtinchi deb nomlab bilasizmi? Ichida bormi o'sha?
O'sha misollar bilan keltirganimda ma'ni
misollar o'quvga, u misollar orqali siz qanaqadir ta'sirni o'rgangan bo'lishingiz kerak. O'shalar bormi? Qaysilar? Nimalar? O'zbekcha so'rayapmiz deb bo'ldi. Hozir agar javob bermasangiz nolga ketadi, 2 bo'ladi-da bu esa. Shuning uchun hozir imkoniyat bor. Shu yerda yo'qlarni taqrizchani chaqiramiz, ham yiqilasiz. Javob bering o'sha uchun.
Community based message speakers communication. Communities become active research patterns.
Technology, digital media deyapti.
Social technology, digital media
deyapti. Ana shu bizda faktor shu, texnologiya va digital media. Yana boshqa faktorlar bormi?
Yes, multidisciplinary cooperation.
Multidisciplinary cooperation, okay. Demak, bittasi texnologiya va digital media bo'lsa, ikkinchisi cooperation. Ya'ni biz hozir butun dunyo bo'yicha bir-birimiz bilan aloqalarga kirishyapmiz, munozaralar olib bo'lyapmiz. Yaxshi. Bu tilimizga rivojlanishga yo'naladi. Keyingisi yana
social equity policy.
accuracy,
Equity. Equity policy.
equity policy. Хорошо.
Digital literacy.
Aha, demak
After COVID-19.
After COVID-19.
Yaxshi, shularni siz demak gazetalar, televizor programmalari orqali o'rgandingizmi? O'sha yerdagi narsalarni o'qish, tahlil orqali.
Yaxshi tushunarli bu.
İçinde bu zaman içinde görüp inovasyon approach
Bitti o'sha.
Innovatsion approach xatib aytgan endi nima
kerak bo'lmas.
yo'q, bu nomini language deb aytishingiz kerakda. Language development, not development of social linguistics, but language development should be. Okay, thank you. Time for reviewers. The first reviewer is Zafar
It's only comments.
Hurmatli davlat attestatsiyasi kengashi a'zolari, hurmatli rais, demak ushbu taqdiz faqat ishning mazmuniga, uning tuzilishiga berilgan. Lekin hozir bu yerda ko'rib turibmiz, magistrimizni shaxsiy fazilatlari va ishlari bo'yicha bizlarga aytilgan nutqlarida o'zini tayyorgarlik ko'rmaganlar yoki ishlarni mazmunini tushunmaganlar. Bu narsani taqriz davomida aniqlab olishni iloji bo'lmaganligi sababli taqriz shunchaki dissertatsiya uchun yozilgan. O'sha xalqaro universiteti 701, 1901 xorijiy til va adabiyoti, ingliz tili va adabiyoti mutaxassisligi ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Iskandarova Dilso'ra qizi tomonidan magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun yozilgan magistrlik tadqiqot ishiga taqriz. Demak, asosiy qismini o'qib eshitaman. Dissertatsiyada qator yutuqlar mavjud, lekin ular bilan bir qatorda iqtibosliklarni rasmiylashtirishda, ayrim sahifalarda ba'zi texnik va ilmiy kamchiliklar ko'zga tashlanadi. Iskandarova Dilso'ra bunday kamchiliklarni bartaraf etilgandan keyin taqriz berilgan ishiga. Demak, Osio xalqaro universiteti 701, 1901 xorijiy til va adabiyoti, ingliz tili va adabiyoti mutaxassisligi ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Iskandarova Dilso'ra qizining o'z mutaxassisligi bo'yicha magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun yozilgan dissertatsiyasi mustaqil ravishda olib borilgan. Yakunlangan ilmiy ish bo'lib, magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun qo'yilgan dissertatsiya talablarining barchasiga to'liq mos keladi. Dissertatsiyani ijobiy baholayman va uni himoyaga tavsiya etaman. Osio xalqaro universiteti xorijiy til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi dotsenti Zulmazor Xo'jayeva G'afarova. İcazatlaringiz bilan tashqi taqrizni ham o'qib eshittirsam. Demak, Osio xalqaro universiteti xorijiy til va ijtimoiy fanlar kafedrasi 701 xorijiy til va adabiyoti, ingliz tili va adabiyoti yo'nalishi mutaxassisligi magistranti Iskandarova Dilso'ra qizining magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga tashqi taqriz.
Mehni so'raz o'qing.
Mehni so'raz o'qilma taqrizlarida demak ishning yutuqlari va ijobiy tomonlarini yoritib o'tganlar va ular bilan bir qatorda demak ba'zi kamchiliklarni ham ta'kidlab o'tganlar, ta'kidlab o'tish joiz deb topganlar. Birinchidan, ishning umumiy adabiyotlar qismidagi ba'zi adabiyotlarni qayta tahrirlash va umumiy sahifalarni keltirish kerak. Ikkinchidan, dissertatsiyada 5 ta jadval keltirilgan bo'lib, ularni nomlash va bo'limlar qismida raqamlashtirish lozim. Masalan, innovative approaches in the development of social linguistics deb nomlangan 3-bo'lim, the importance of technology and digital media in language development. 3 paragrafida keltirilgan jadval nomlanmagan. İşte jadvallar chizmalarini nomlash ishning sifatini oshishiga xizmat qiladi. O'ylaymanki, ushbu kamchiliklarni bartaraf etgansiz. Umuman olganda bitim malakaviy ishi yetarlicha yo'ritilgan, magistrantning mustaqil ilmiy fikrlashi, intellektual salohiyati va yozma mulohazalari talab darajasida. Magistrlik ishi mavzusi to'liq yo'ritilgan, ish mazmunini yakunlangan, Iskandar va Dilsora til rivojlanishiga sotsiolingvistik omillarning ta'sirini o'zbek-ingliz media matnlari asosida tadqiq eta olgan, xulosalar chiqarishga uringan. Magistrantning ushbu dissertatsiya ishi davlat attestatsiyasi talablariga to'la javob beradigan namunali diplom ishi deb hisoblayman. Ishni Imonga tavsiya etaman. Ochilova Mexanik Razokuni Buxoro davlat universiteti fakultetlar aro chet tillar kafedrasi professori, filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori PhD. Do you have a teacher in your department?
Thank you. Kengashko'ta bo'lishi. Taniyman.
Rahmat bizga hammalaringizga. Kamchiliklarni to'g'rilab, tuzatish istamiz.
Okay, thank you so much, Azerbaijana. So, Dilsora Turkanova, your responses to your legal questions.
Thank you, our dear teachers and professors. Thank you for your attention and questions. I will inspiration in your future research.
Okay, thank you. Bo'lmasa yarim soatdan afzal qilamiz. Demak, komissiya a'zolari yarim soatdan afzal qiladi, yarim soatdan keyin